Hey friends, welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures is just about getting underway here, live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, and true Slant Alpha tonight, as we are in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche, which of course I have equipped without any kind of a GPS or other RNF kind of capability. So, true Slant Alpha, meaning only that radio-based navigation available on board this aircraft. Now tonight we're going to be probably doing most of our flying VFR, weather dependent of course. When I looked at the weather in the area that we're going to be flying in tonight earlier today, it was looking very dicey, low ceilings and rain and mist and fairly low visibility, so marginal VMC at best. But you can see in the sim it's rendering pretty decent weather, and if you look at the weather indications on SkyVector, it looks not too bad here either. It's still, we'll have some clouds to contend with, and I hate cloud dodging in the sim. I much prefer to just fly a IFR, but this definitely lends itself to a VFR kind of an evening. What we're doing today is we're flying in what they're calling mountains till morning. And we go to VATUSA.net, we go under Pilot Tools, we go under Events Calendar, and we look at January. We look at the 40th anniversary of the Space Shuttle Challenger explosion, by the way. So I definitely remember where I was in the morning 40 years ago today, and the disbelief that I had until I got home and actually watched. I recorded Space Shuttle launches on the VCR every time, and was incredulous, did not believe what I was being told, and I heard it from a friend who was not the most reliable source. He tended to be, kind of a attention hog and said lots of stuff that really wasn't true, and so he was probably the worst person who could have delivered that news to me 40 years ago, but got home and, of course, heard it from other sources throughout the day as well, and then got home and watched the coverage and was just heartbroken. But anyway, 40 years. Unbelievable. Anyway, on a much happier note, we're flying in this VFR geared event. Actually, it could be VFR or IFR, I suppose, but an event they're calling Mountains Till Morning. It's hosted by the Indianapolis and Atlanta ARTCCs on VATSIM, and they're featuring a dozen airports. Many of these are non-towered. However, when they say featured, they are hosting a bingo card type event. I am not going to be participating in the bingo card portion, but if you want to get in on that, if you're flying around tonight, discord.indy.center, link your account. You'll be able to generate a card in this channel, and then mark the card as you go, and then you can submit it to the events coordinator at flyindycenter.com, ec@flyindycenter.com, with this information here. But again, this information is all available. Again, VATUSA.net is the main web page, and then under Pilot Tools and Events Calendar. The banner that's up there now, by the way, is the Northeast Corridor event. That's an annual event that features this very busy northeastern sector of the United States, and we're going to be staffing that up on Friday. Washington National, LaGuardia, and Boston will be our featured airports, but of course we'll probably be featuring most of the major airports within this region here. I will be staffing, as I normally do, the Chesapeake sector of Potomac, so we'll have probably some spillover traffic at the BWI Airport, Baltimore Washington International, but a lot of what that sector does is sequence the arrivals into DCA coming from the northeast and east on the Skills arrival, Clipper arrival, and Deal arrival coming into DCA. So that's bound to be a very busy stream on Friday. I don't know if I'll have a whole lot of chat interaction that evening, but we'll hope to see you there. 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time will be our start time for that. But that's 2 days from now. Tonight, again, it's mountains till morning, and discord.indy.center is where you go to generate your bingo card. So there you go. Our itinerary is going to take us, we're going to start up here at Parkersburg, West Virginia. We're going to fly VFR south and west, again, weather permitting. So a few clouds at 3,800, scattered at 4,800. So the clouds are definitely rising from what they were reported earlier. Huntington is showing 10 stops, 8 miles and clear now. Wow, that's really improved. That is a lot better than what they anticipated it would be based on the tasks we looked at earlier. Now, we do have the story of the night's going to be the wind. 230 at 8 there now. Charleston's still showing 7, gusting to 15. Okay, so yeah, hopefully the calmness will move to the east, and by the time we get down this way, yeah, 13 gusting to 21 there in Beckley. Blacksburg is showing 280 at 5, and then our final stop tonight, Lake Norman. I figure since we're going to be in the Appalachian region this evening for this event, we might as well sneak down and visit the one northeasternmost airport in Atlanta ARTCC's Bug Smasher list of the Pilot Passport Challenge that we haven't gotten to yet. So that's down here, Lake Norman. So that's where we're going to end. This is going to be a nice long stream, by the way. This might be about 5 hours, 5.25 hours. We're going from, I started to say, from Parkersburg, we'll follow the Ohio River down to Huntington. We'll pass right over top of Marshall University. That has an implication that I'm going to talk about in just a moment. So right over top of Marshall University, we'll stop at Huntington. Then we'll follow we'll follow Interstate 64 and then the Kanawha River. The Kanawha River then comes right through Charleston, West Virginia. We'll depart from Charleston and follow the Kanawha, and then from here we'll follow the New River. The Kanawha breaks off to the north and east. We'll follow the New River south and east, and then south down past Beckley, and then to this point, yeah, this is still the New River, and then we'll make a stop at Blacksburg, another big university there, Virginia Tech there, and then we'll depart from Blacksburg. This is just for a rest stop because this is going to be a 168-mile flight otherwise from Charleston down to Lake Norman. So we'll make it 2 100-mile legs. So then when we take off from Blacksburg, we'll follow mainly Interstate 77 south. We'll follow the New River and then this lake, which is called Claytor, not Clayton, Claytor Lake, not Crater Lake, not Clayton Lake, Claytor Lake. Almost sounds like you're saying it by accident, Claytor Lake. But we'll follow that south and westbound, then we'll pick up, I think this is Interstate 77, if I remember. Yep, 77. Interstate 77 south from Blacksburg, then will take us basically right to Lake Norman. So yeah, good long itinerary this evening, and VFR flying, hopefully most of it, and we'll get to it. We got some friends to talk to. Bed Dave stopped in. CB Flyer is here. Yes, the Slant Alpha Adventures in the Mountains. AJ Scott's back with us. Kenny Monster stopped in. And, yeah, AJ and CB were talking about the Space Shuttle Challenger. I was one of many students watching it live in schools. Yeah, so they didn't show it live to us, CB, and I feel like shuttle launches were almost kind of like we'd been there and seen that a dozen times by that point. So they weren't showing it live to us, but, of course it was a monumental day for school children because it was the Teacher in Space program. But Tim Dog is stopping in, and Parkersburg ground. Okay, cool. Well, we'll talk to you first, I think. So, very cool. Good to see you, Tim Dog, and we'll talk to you here in just a moment. Yeah, we got a lot of flying to do, so let's get to it, shall we? Alright, we got the controls all synced. Let's, we're going to jump into the cockpit first. So can we, can we do that from here? Let's, whoops, no, I'm not trying to do that. No, I don't want communication. I'm trying to open the door. And then let's hop into the aircraft. JJ was in 3rd grade. Yeah, what was I? 86? So that would have been 6th grade for me. Where's the master switch on? Everything else is off. Okay, levers and stuff. And so yeah, we're gonna nice full itinerary. So we're gonna fill the tanks. We're gonna manage fuel in the tip tanks as well tonight. So we'll have to do some fuel management in this aircraft, which is rare. All right, so door and windows, and we'll make sure the control lock is off, and it already is. We got the yokes out of the way. Let's get the fuel valves open. Although I still don't know how to do the sump check, the fuel sump check in the main tanks. So we'll have to skip that portion here. And we can check we check the flap lever just to make sure it's secure, although I don't have the ability to wiggle it around like I used to. We can wiggle the aileron at least to make sure that it's moves freely and doesn't rubber catch anywhere. Still seeing a bunch of planes on the ramp. I went back into the settings. I found that I had accidentally lowered the variety of parked aircraft, not the number of parked aircraft. So that's why we were still seeing parked aircraft. But we're still seeing parked aircraft, so I don't know what to do about that. So this is where we would poke our head in and make sure that we have the fuel that we believe we have. Where's my crouch command? Yep, okay, so we should be able to do a fuel sump check here. Oh, there's nothing in it now. I meant to, let's see if we can do this. Alright, so ordinarily we'd fuel this as you go around, right? A2A Comanche, fuel and payload. Yeah, so we're gonna fill it to the brim. But we would check the fuel load as we go around. So 30, 30, and 15, and 15. Yeah, you can hear the hear the wing kind of flex as you do that. Okay. So we would do that as we were walking around, but now that means we can do that sump check on the outside. Okay, there we go. So now we got a little bit of fuel there. We can see that there's no water in the bottom of that tank, and there's no contaminants. So we would dump that fuel back into the tank, and we'll hop back up here. I wish I could figure out how to get to that valve on in the front of the plane so we can check the main tanks, but I don't know how to do that. Over here, let's crouch down and let's get the tie down. And the wheel chocks. Little moonwalk in there. Let's see. So there's nothing. There's no obstructions in the engine intake. Propeller looks good. Let's go ahead and check our oil. Oh, I didn't check the. I would want to check the right-hand wing tank just to make sure that it's. As full as we think it is, and that it's the correct color and consistency fuel, so we'll go back and check that. When we check the oil, it should be... Oh, I didn't mean to close the door. The oil should be sitting just above the 9-quart mark. And we would poke our head in and make sure that the tank is as full as we think it is, and it's the correct color and consistency, and we'll check that on the other side as well. So I missed the walk-around mode that the Comanche had built in Flight Sim 2020. The 2024 walk-around mode is kind of cool that you can kind of literally move yourself around the aircraft rather than go to a bunch of pre-positioned spots. But I just don't feel like I know how to lean in. Okay, I guess in this one we can see like the fuel's pretty full there. But I just don't know how to maneuver the person into the position to get under the plane and check that main tank sump. We ought to make sure we got a... Yeah, I think in a previous stream I accidentally left one tie down and one chock on, but it was on opposite sides of the plane, so I fixed one problem, didn't realize I still had another problem. So yeah, it was kind of a mess. So there is a crouch command, Tim, that's what I'm using here, but I don't have the ability to crouch down and slide under the plane. Like I have crouch, but I don't have lay on the ground, you know? Yeah, exactly. So we'll check the tip tag. Okay, so we can see that does appear to be pretty full. Again, we're full to the gills here today. Rarity on this stream that we're going to plan to fly this long. And then here we can do the sump check, take a little bit out of the bottom, make sure that we're not getting any water in the bottom of the tank. If you were, it's not a big deal. You just keep pulling water out until you hit the bottom of the fuel settled in. But once you get to fuel, you can just check and make sure that it's correct consistency and color for the type of fuel, and doesn't appear to be contaminated, dirty, or what have you. Back here we've got a static port. We'll make sure that it's unobstructed, and it appears to be fine. We'll come back here and check the control surfaces, and we'll pull up the rear tie down. So that one should move freely, that one should move, but not quite as freely. Okay, of course we can reopen the door, I guess. Not close enough to reopen the door. There we are. But we can open up the storage door. Storage door is where we got, you know, like my duffel bag and my toolkit and my suitcase. The large suitcase will leave, the purse will leave. And of course this is where you'd put the covers and the chocks and all that stuff too. Just get that all stored and put away. And we will jump into the cockpit. Alright, so we did notice on our walk around, oops, I didn't mean to put the control lock on. Notice on our walk around that the oil was just very slightly low, so we'll come under here under maintenance and engine, and yeah, well, it should be reading just above 9, 10 actually, but reading just above 9 when it's cold. So now we've added a quart to it, and so we should be good there. Fuel and payload set, it's just me flying today, so there we are. We'll get the other yoke out of the way. Ordinarily I do a second walk around and check the lights. We're going to pass on that for now. We'll get the master switch on. We'll at least get the nav and beacon lights on. And we can get the door closed and latch. We'll leave the windows open so that we can make our clear call to the rampies, and everyone will know that we're about to start our aircraft. Fuel and mix can go full forward while we run the fuel pump for just a few moments. And we'll wait for the fuel pressure to come up. While we're waiting on that, we can scan down here and make sure that none of the circuit breakers have popped and we're all good. Okay, we do have fuel pressure. We can unleash the primer about maybe 4 times. A little cold day here in West Virginia, so maybe 4, maybe 5 even. Let's do one more. We'll lock that back up. We're going to leave the fuel pump on for now. The mix can stay in. The throttle will come down to about 10%. And we will switch from right to left to both magnetos. We will scan around, make sure there's nobody standing by the propeller. We'll say clear, 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 clear. We'll start. Yeah, it's cold. Okay, got the engine up and running. Whoa, why are we moving? Guess that's one thing I should check. Is the parking brake on? Boy, that engine did not want to start. Very cold. I'm going to get it back down to 1,000 RPMs. Lean the mix out right to the point where it wants to start dropping RPMs. And we'll let it warm up. Hopefully it'll smooth out when it warms up. Oil temperature is still very low. We can shut the fuel pump off. Yeah, we still have fuel pressure, so the engine is providing its own fuel pressure at this point. We can go ahead and close the windows. But yeah, we want to kind of keep an ear out on that engine. It sounded pretty bad. Probably just a function of how cold it is here. We'll go and get our avionics on. Common nav radios on. We can go ahead and put that into altitude mode, squawking 1200. We'll go get our ADF radio on. Okay, engine starting to sound a little bit better. Okay, I'm hearing something. I'm hearing something on 21.5. I'm not sure someone needs to be transmitting on 21.5, but they are. Let's see. Oh, and then we really would have wanted to check and make sure the oil pressure came up right away, and it did. At least it seems to have. Okay. Let's retrieve the ATIS information here at Parkersburg. It is information Bravo 300 at 8. 3015 is the altimeter. Landing and departing runway 21. So kind of the southbound runway. We're parked up here, so it looks like we'll taxi out to the northwest and then north, and then we'll depart on 21. I'm going to go ahead and set my course arrow to 21, just as a sanity check, so that when we're taxiing out, we should be taxiing toward the tail of that arrow, and then we'll be taking off to the head of that arrow. And then what's our on course? If we take off on 21, looks like we kind of want to make a little bit of a right to maybe a 245. And let's just say if we go straight out a mile or two, then it's more like a 250 to get to the river here. And we're just going to follow the river south and west. So about a 250, but this should be a fairly obvious river to find. It'll be a bit of a river run today. River run down the Ohio River. So what do we say, 250? I'm taking the long way around. So 250, more or less, is our on course. So that's good. Altimeter we said was 30 what now? 3015. Okay, I'm going to spin that up a little bit. There. ELW is here. And Rookie 31st is here. So 3015, and then the field elevation is charted at 859 feet. So we'll double check and make sure. Yeah, it's pretty close to what we're reading there, so that is all good. Alright, so let's get radios set. Ground is on 2645. Tower's on 23.7. And then, do we know what our departure frequency is? Not really. Well, of course, we don't really need flight following services, but we can ask. Looks like it might be center around here. So center, at least for now, it looks like center might have this airspace. It's possible one of these sectors would be covering some airspace outside their immediate coverage area. But we can just check with ground or tower if they would want to get flight following. It is center, 2657. Okay, thanks, Tim. So 2657. Then, of course, the other question, which Tim, no spoilers, no spoilers, Tim. The other question is, will they want us to give our flight following information here on the ground, or will they want us to just check in with the airborne controller and get our flight following? Different places do that different ways, and Tim, don't spoil it in the chat, but we'll find out here as we talk to you on the channel. And when they ask us, by the way, what did we say? 4,500 down to Huntington. All right, airplane's sounding a little bit better. Can we do a little bit of a mini run up? Airplane is sounding much better. So potentially it was just an issue of the cold. Goat friend, a good question. Do I use the fine wire spark plugs? I believe that I do. Comanche doesn't like the cold. Yeah, you have to baby it. I believe that I do, and I can't remember whether that's a good thing or a bad thing in cold weather. I know that's a good thing in terms of carbon deposits, but it might be a bad thing in cold weather. I don't remember. Alright, so we want to go... Oh, didn't really check to make sure my directional gyro was calibrated. We're pointed at a 250 right now. So yeah, we're pointed in the opposite direction as to what it looks like. So we definitely, if we're going northbound to taxi, that's a hard right turn from where we are now. Okay, well, let's check in with ground. Can kind of do a real quick control surface check. And set flaps for departure. And set trim for departure. And then when we check in with ground, we can tell them we're ready to rock and roll. The Carenado planes are much more reliable. They start up anytime, yeah. Well, you know, pros and cons to being really realistic, right? And then what's the call sign here? Is it just Parkersburg? Yeah, Parkersburg. Parkersburg ground, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's over by Hangar 1, taxi for VFR southwestbound departure. And we're going to be looking for flight follow. We can give that to you, or we can give that to the airborne controller. Your call.
Flight number 514, Delta Victor, I just need your direction of flight and request of altitude for flight follow.
Yep, we are a Piper Comanche, Papa Alpha 24. We're going southwestbound to Huntington, 4,500. And so if he wants...
514 Delta Victor,
so you should give us a squawk.
departure frequency will be 126.57 and squawk 7372.
Alright, 126.57 and 7372, 514 Delta Victor. Whenever you get a squawk that starts in 7, I always set the little numbers first, just so that you don't accidentally squawk an emergency code while you're trying to dial stuff in.
And Comanche 514 Delta Victor, ready for taxi runway 21 via Echo Alpha.
Yep, information Bravo on board and 21 via Echo Alpha, 514 Delta Victor. I think I forgot to check in with information Bravo, but now we did. Now we got that cloud cover moving in again. See, yeah, it's gonna be interesting today. It's gonna be interesting. Echo, I think, was this one out here. So I had reduced the number. I had accidentally reduced the variety of parked planes, which is why I was still seeing a lot of parked planes. We're not seeing as many parked planes, so I went and put the variety back, but reduced the number of parked planes. But we're still seeing more than I would have thought we should be seeing. So if this is 3 and 2 1, we should be. This turn to the north should be Alpha here. Now we got to remember that we got our fuel management to do as well. We're going to want to switch to the tip tanks as soon as we get airborne. Actually, it's showing some snow on the ground, says Tim Dog. Yeah, indeed. We'll do a run up at the end. Engine did seem like when we ran it up on the ramp just as a little test run and prior to taxiing, it seemed like it was feeling much better since when it started. When it started, really rough.
Comanche 4 Delta Victor, contact tower on 123.7 when you're ready for departure.
All right, contact tower when we're ready. 514 Delta Victor. Good to talk to you, Tim. We'll see you.
See ya.
Tower Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 2-1. We're going to need just a couple minutes for a run-up.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Parkersburg Tower, Roger. Advisory for departure.
Okay, so we're going to run it up to 2,000 RPMs. We're going to leave the mix leaned for now. And high power, low mix will help us burn off any carbon deposits that might have built up. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and flex the prop lever down a few times. Get the oil moving in that. Okay, now we'll go full rich. Readjust to 2,000. Check carb heat. Carb heat does indeed incur an RPM loss, so likely working. Let's do a mag check left only. Lost just about 100 there, maybe 90, and back. And then right side. Lost just about 90 there and back. Okay, we are good. Tower Comanche 514 Delta Victor, we're ready to go.
Comanche 4 Delta Victor, the wind 300 at 8. On course approved. Runway 21, clear for takeoff.
Alright, clear for takeoff. Runway 21, on course approved. 514 Delta Victor. Alright, landing lights, strobe lights, pitot heat, and fuel pump. Alright, takeoff power coming at you. Okay, airspeed's alive. Ooh, wants to go left. Yeah, I got right rudder in. I have to counter with the left, right. Have left rudder in. Have to counter with the right aileron. Keep from tipping over, but we're airborne. Okay, we'll hold the gear until we are certain we are not going to need to return to that pavement down there. And goat friend, yeah, on course approved. Yeah, basically just means maintain VFR own navigation, essentially, as soon as you get the wheels up. So that's what we'll do. We'll turn to about a 250 there. Okay, gears in, flaps in. We'll get the RPMs off of the red line. And 24 and 24. Get the fuel pump off. Slowly get the rudder input out as soon as I can.
4 Delta Victor, you can contact Indy Center 126.57.
Yeah, going to Indy Center 126.57. Thanks. 5 Delta Victor. We'll see you. Okay, switch over to COM 2. And rudder input out. Yep. Ever so gradually, gracefully, unlike normally. Okay, 24, 24. Alright, let's get radar identified. Indy Center Comanche 514 Delta Victor's off of Parkersburg with 2005 climbing.
Center 4 Delta Victor, Indy Center ident.
Well, ident 514 Delta Victor. I recognize that voice. Okay, we are actually going to level it at 25 just because of cloud bases.
4 Delta Victor, radar contact 8 miles southwest
the Parkersburg VOR. Maintain VFR.
We'll maintain VFR, 514 Delta Victor. For planning purposes, we're not going to go up to 45 yet because of cloud bases.
4 Delta Victor, roger. And do you have a destination in mind?
Yeah, we're down to Huntington.
4 Delta Victor, roger.
City Center, Hammer 11, level 230.
Okay, so we'll kind of take it back down to 25.
Hammer 11, Indy Center.
I'm at 20, 20 and 20 on the
5603, Hammer 11.
on the manifold and the RPMs, and just a gentle descent to make sure we're at least 500 below the cloud bases as we follow the river. We got the downtown Parkersburg there to the left. Yep, indeed. And the Ohio River that we're joining here. We're right near. Okay, so we're at the boundary between West Virginia and was that Kentucky on that side or Ohio on that side? Actually, yeah, Ohio on that side. And then when we get down to Huntington, it'll be Ohio, and then ahead of on the right will be Kentucky, and then this will still be West Virginia here. Got the message of some import came through VPilot from Mr. Melvin Leroy. Canard TV, West by God, Virginia. Almost heaven, West Virginia. Affirm and amen, Canard.
Contact over the Wilmington Airport.
So the other thing we want to do, we can kind of lean out. Well, once I get the throttle back up, we'll lean it out to 14 gallons an hour. I'm going to turn the fuel pump back on, and we're going to switch from the main tanks to the tip tanks right now.
Piedmont 891 to center maintain.
So fuel tank on the left and right tip showing full. We got 2,000 RPMs. Okay, no disruption. No disruption.
American 703.
Fuel tank can come off.
Descend and maintain 14,000.
14,000.
Alright, so there we are, leveled off at 25, and we'll do RPMs at 22, a manifold at 22, and then we'll get the mix leaned out to 14 gallons an hour. Belpre, Ohio, off to the right, says Tim Dog. This is Tim Dog's neck of the woods, and when I say woods, I mean woods. My backyard is woods, says Tim, yep. That was true for me when I lived up in the northern part of Baltimore County. We had 3 acres, and all but about a quarter of it was all but about a quarter of an acre was wooded and rugged. There were parts of my property that I had never seen because it was so rocky and rugged. And Baltimore County, I mean, that's not real well known for being like mountainous. It's not mountainous, but definitely very uneven terrain. Unlike down here on the east side of the Chesapeake Bay, like everything is flat as a board.
Hey, big good night. This is Stone Pictures, leave at 7.5 for what's your vessel.
Alright, Piedmont 891, contact Tri-Cities approach 134.42.
We don't have to.
134.
We don't have to follow every single bend in the river. We can cut the corner a little bit here.
5150 Indy Center, climb and maintain level 260.
Climb maintain level 260, this is Stone 50.
American 703, contact Atlanta Center 126.67. 126.67, American 703, thank you.
Blennerhassett Island below us, says Tim Dog, which is haunted. Interesting.
Indy Center, Air Canada 1147, 10,000 feet.
That's good traffic rendering there.
Climb and maintain level 350.
Oh, I need to, well, first of all, Mr. Melvin Leroy.
And
Beep, beep, beeping us through the client.
0 miles northwest of Charleston, at and maintain 1000. The Charleston and altimeter 3016.
Hey, cross 30 miles from Charleston at 1000. We got altimeter hammer 11.
November 8160, Charleston and altimeter 3016.
3016, November 816.
There's Mr. Melvin. We're communicating about clouds. He says, I love our version of cockpit pilot data link
And
communications.
number 0, Charlie, sorry about this. I didn't look up my restrictions.
Squastix21 is here. How are you? Good to see you. Good to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, 22, 22, 14. Plenty of fuel on the tips. The other thing to bring up, guys, our slant artwork adventure for the evening. I forgot to mention it before we got going. Our slant artwork adventure today. And the way this works, if you're new to the channel or haven't been here in a while, the way this works is before the stream goes live, I feed a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it create an image for us that represents loosely what we're doing on the stream that evening. Then I'll show you that image. By the way, I realize I am in a gentle climb. The cloud bases are kind of a little higher above us, but so is the terrain. So I'm letting the aircraft go into a gentle climb. I guess eventually want to be at about 4,500, and then I'm going to just turn the nose down south to follow the river. We don't have to follow every single little bend and wiggle. As long as we can keep the river in sight, we'll be fine here. We'll review the navigation plan here in just a moment. But we're following the river more or less all the way to Huntington.
1267, Quadrant Cold.
But anyway, so I'll feed one sentence into ChatGPT to have it make an image loosely representing what we're going to be up to that evening. And then when you guys see it, you can then cash in.
Victor, contact Huntington approach 119.75.
1975, 514 Delta Victor. We'll see it.
One niner, shoot 55.
And then if we're checking in with Huntington approach, let's go ahead and get the ATIS information. Alpha 3019. Huntington approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 3000 and information Alpha.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Huntington approach, welcome Huntington, altimeter 3019.
3019 or 514 Delta Victor. So landing and departing 30 at Huntington.
And shoot 55, descend and maintain 9,000.
Descend maintain 9,000, shoot 55.
But anyway, since we are going to Huntington, and Huntington, by the way, is the scene of the plane crash that occurred back in 71 when the Marshall University Thundering Herd crashed on the way home from a football game in North Carolina. They had bad weather and lost almost everybody on the football team. The only ones that weren't lost were the ones that didn't make the trip. Subject of the film We Are Marshall, which is a fantastic football movie, by the way. But that is Huntington Tri-State Airport is where we're headed. That's where we're headed, leg one. That's near where the crash occurred. But we're going to be passing right over Marshall University So as far as our slant artwork adventure for the evening, I sent in a picture of my 3 furry co-pilots, and I said, let's show the 3 furry co-pilots running down the football field at Marshall University. So that's our slant artwork adventure for the show so far tonight. And then if you guys want to cash in 500 Twitch channel points, aka Alphabets points, you can suggest something to add to or modify about that image. R6 Chavez has stopped in. Goat friends, can you pick up an IFR flight plan during flight? Yep, it's known as a pop-up IFR, and is absolutely something you can do in the real world if you are visual, if you're VFR, but suddenly find yourself headed towards instrument conditions. You can pick up a pop-up IFR flight plan from ATC in the real world, and yes, you can do the same thing here on VATSIM. And then R6 Chavez is here, and Rookie 31st is here. Rookie 31st wants to get in on our slant artwork adventure. Go ahead, Rookie, tell us what you want to do. In the meantime, when the river dips way off to the east and then back, at that point we'll be 18, 20 will be 30 miles, 50 miles. Okay, so we still got a ways yet. Matter of fact, hang on, I'm losing track of where this river's going here. Bends way off to the right, or we might be in that section right now where I was just talking about. Yeah, so we can that's like a double set of radio towers over there, maybe? Yeah, I think so.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Jet Pilot Cinnamon is here. Oh no. JPC is being further victimized by the New Jersey Devils. The last time we talked about the New Jersey Devils, they were getting their you-know-what's handed to them. 9-0 shutout, as I recall. Alright, so Rookie 31st wants us to add some cat cheerleaders. ELW wants us to add a red barn at the end of a holler. Alright. If I can find my mouse cursor. There we are. Alright, so we got those 2 modifications being considered by ChatGPT. Let's see how that goes. Still at 22. Manifold pressure's dropped a little bit because we are slowly and gradually climbing, but we may keep 22 in the manifold there. 22, and are we leaned out to about 14 gallons an hour? Yes, we are. And then let's do a little quick fuel check. Still showing nearly full. Of course, the mains are showing almost completely full also, but we're burning off of the tip tanks right now, so it's the tips that we'll have to monitor. We've only got 1 fuel gauge for the tips, and they should be burning symmetrically. But whenever I check the engine parameters, I'll come down here and we'll check both tanks. So Huntington is at the center of a terminal radar service area, and that is a boundary that provides optional radar services for VFR aircraft within that boundary. But we are receiving flight following services, so we are receiving radar services from them. Now, do we have at the airport a VOR that we could tune? No, we don't really. We have an ILS 1099 we can tune in. I don't know if it's got DME or not. .1087 and 298, and it does have DME on it. So if we receive that station, we'll get the DME countdown to the airport. And I'll just tune the parameters in just to have a sanity check, but really we're going to be navigating visually and performing a visual pattern there. But we'll tune the beacon in just to have a sanity check and a distance countdown. 1087 and 298. I'm probably not going to worry about the course. Well, we'll worry about the course, because that'll be aligned with our runway heading, and we want to know what the runway heading is anyway. 298. What did I say the frequency was? 1087. 1087. We'll swap that in and flip it up to distance. Not yet receiving it, which is fine. We got a ways to go yet. And then let's get ahead of the game in terms of the local frequencies there. 18.5 and 21.9er. So 18.5 and 21.9er. So we're transmitting and receiving on COM2 now, which is our approach controller. But when we switch over to tower, we'll just hit one button here, COM1, then that'll switch us onto the tower frequency, and then one button to switch from tower to ground. The river's making a quick bend to the left here, so let's see if we can keep track of our position. So for right now, this is the entire night's itinerary, but let's just put the first leg up here first. KPKB to KHTS, and then if we can mark our present position, then we'll have an idea what direction and distance remains. Well, we got the barn and the holler, but we lost the stadium. We definitely got the cat cheerleaders though. So there you go. There was the prompt I gave it. So yeah, Marshall's thundering herd of cats. Heard of cats? Of course I've heard of cats. You heard of cat cheerleaders? Of course I've heard of cat cheerleaders. It helps if I spell it right, huh? 3020. We'll fetch Bravo just to say we did.
Westjet 495, passing 4330 heading. Westjet 495, Huntington departure radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
So if we're kind of up here at this tip, then we got 47 miles to go. And just up ahead, we'll see these stacks here. We'll see Mason County Airport on our left. Yep, I think so. Stacks on the right, Mason County Airport on the left. Is it about a 5,000 foot runway angled toward the water? 4,000 foot runway angled toward the water. Yeah, close enough. Okay, so I would say we are pretty much passing that point right there, which means we've got 40 miles left to go.
Westjet 495, contact Indy Center 126.57. Have a good flight.
12657, Westjet 495, ship.
And I'm
flight 7 Papa Romeo, fly heading 220.
hesitant. I wanted to get up to 4,500 just to be
220
at a reasonable southwestbound VFR altitude, but I don't think the cloud bases are going to allow that, so I think we're going to just settle it in at 4,000. And then let's do a quick calibration of the gyro. Going to steer slightly to the left, and let's get the gyro pegged right on 230 exactly.
Flight 7 Papa Romeo, turn 10 degrees.
And it looks like,
10 degrees right.
oh, it looks like, wow, we're almost like 212, so let's crank it down. Or 222, sorry. 21 is marked. 22 would be the next, but we're like a 222. Okay. So we'll double check that. Let's come over here to the left. Let's point ourselves down the river a ways. Yeah, so we're getting to the point where there's a little bit of a left bend. And that would be, yeah, that would be here, and then a hard right down at the end of that. Yeah, hard right down there, okay. So there's a bridge and then a left turn. And we're going to, right now, we're just going to point ourselves exactly at 210. We're going to hold steady at 210. And it looks like we're actually just slightly to the right of 210 by a degree or two. So we'll leave it right there. Okay, good. Alright, 22 on the RPMs. 22, we'll recalibrate to 22 on the manifold. Get the mix leaned out to 14 gallons an hour.
Campbell Flight 7 Papa Romeo, descend and maintain 6,000.
And we can see we're just starting to show like the fuel tanks are coming down a little bit, but they're still looking nearly full. ELW wants to add in Putty from Seinfeld in a Devil's outfit. Is he going to be the fill-in goalie? Alright, we got ChatGPT chewing on that there, ELW. It balked at the specific character, but I think I got it close enough. We'll see how it turns out. It hesitated to do the specific character. I don't know if that's a copyright thing or what. It looks like we're definitely kind of getting into some lower clouds here. I'm going to trim it down ever so slightly. So this isn't bad. It's pretty close, actually. It almost looks more like what's his name? Seth MacFarlane. But although they don't look that dissimilar.
Huntington approach, welcome, information Bravo is current altimeter 3020. Expect vector to the visual approach runway 30.
I didn't quite get the logo right, I don't think either.
3020 and expect vector visual.
But pretty close.
Piedmont 952.
Alright, I'm going to slowly descend to about 3,500 here. Just to make sure we stay below these cloud bases, which look like they're descending ahead of us. Yeah, Tim Dog says, I hate how sometimes you'll see snow depicted on the roads, but not the grass, right? Ordinarily, if it's going to be one or the other, it'd be the opposite, right? Tim says, I did a bush flight along the Ohio River, starting in Pittsburgh all the way down to where it meets the Mississippi. Yes, so I was actually thinking...
514 Delta Victor, trips that you're 9 to 10 o'clock and 9 miles at 6,000 Cessna Sky Courier.
We're not able to see him. We're kind of at the bottom of some cloud bases, but we'll keep an eye out.
Roger, Animal Flight 7, Papa Romeo, traffic that you're 2 to 3 o'clock, 5 miles southbound at 4,000 a
Comanche.
side. Animal Flight 7, Papa Romeo.
Yeah, we can hear that wind kicking up. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see him. Yeah, we can hear that wind kicking up though, right? So Goat Friend, when you're under flight following, is it like IFR that the controller sends you to the next station? Yes. Almost always. I think there's a caveat that it's still your responsibility to check to make sure that you're in touch with the correct controller. So like if they forget to release you to change frequency to the tower when we get to our destination, it's kind of on us to remind them to do that. But yes, ordinarily they are going to...
514 Delta Victor, maintain VFR at or below 3,000.
Okay, yeah, at or below 3,000, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so now we got a firm altitude restriction. We do
Papa Romeo, descend, maintain 4,000.
Got to watch the terrain a little bit here.
4,000, South Papa Romeo.
But with that firm altitude restriction now, we're going to be a little bit better shape in terms of the cloud bases, but, you know, B, you heard that the other traffic in the area was just given 4,000. They want us at 3,000, and that makes sure that we have vertical separation as that traffic passes by us or over us.
Piedmont 952, turn 10 degrees right, vector for the visual, descend and maintain 6,000.
Turn 10 degrees right, vectors visual, descend and maintain 10,000, Piedmont 952.
Piedmont 952, descend and maintain 6,000.
Descend and maintain 6,000, 952.
So I'm not quite sure whether we're at this bend or this bend. We're receiving that, yeah, we're not receiving that ILS just yet. Left-hand bend with a right-hand bend coming up further. Yeah, so I think we're probably at this. probably at this bend here, which means we're 29 miles to go. Oh, I would have thought maybe we were closer than that. Yeah, maybe we are. Maybe we are down at this next one. Because if we get down to this point, then we're just going to follow the river in. Okay, let's make sure we don't go too much lower. Hey Stu, we're doing good, man. Good to talk to you earlier. Always good to hear a familiar voice. Always good to hear a GA familiar controller controlling a GA oriented event. Yeah, I think we probably are at this lower bend here. And if that's the case, then we're really only 20 miles. And by this next bend, we should be seeing... Alright, yeah, but I don't want to end up in a mountain here. Tim Dog wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure. Tim, what do you want to do for us? Put some snow on the mountains? Okay.
Speedboat 952 at 6,000, reduce speed to 210 knots.
At 6,000, 210 or below, 952.
Okay, so yeah, I think we're coming into town here. So that means Marshall University Stadium is going to be on our left. We'll have this Lawrence County Air Park below us, and then we'll be switching over to... Oh, and they're going to land on 3-0, so we really aren't going to... I thought we were going to pass over the airport and then do a left downwind, but we're not. If we're landing on 3-0, we're going to kind of...
November 514 Delta Victor, proceed direct to the field, enter a right base runway 30.
Alright, direct to the field, right base 30, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so the direct to the field, I don't see the field, however, we know that it's just over the town and kind of south and west. And we can kind of point ourselves toward the town if we point ourselves this way. That should put us kind of right over the stadium, too, so. We got the snow on the mountains there, Tim Dog. That's not looking too bad. Okay, fuel pump's coming on, and we're going to switch back to the most full tanks for landing. Okay, no disruption to the engine. Fuel tanks can come off. Okay, we do have the ILS that's going to help guide us to the field now as well. So if we stick close to the river, we should be able to see the stadium right through here. Let's make sure we're at or below 3,000. Let's just confirm. Towers 18.5, grounds 21.9. Okay, those two things are ready to go. It is still information Bravo 3020. Landing and departing runway 30.
Flight 7 Papa Romeo, descend and maintain 3,000.
3,000, NML Flight 7 Papa Romeo.
And a right-hand turn off if we make it down. Oh, Gofrin says we need to check 9-6. I'm sorry. Yeah, 9 or 906 Alpha on VATSIM radar.
November 4 Delta Victor, Keep your speed up as best you can for me. Contact tower on 118.5. Have a good rest of your flight.
I will keep the speed up. Tower on 18.5. 514 Delta Victor. We'll see you. And is it just called Huntington? Yeah. Huntington Tower, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 10 out for runway 30.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Huntington Tower, when enter right base for runway 30, report 2 miles out.
I want to enter a right base and then report 2 miles out, 514 Delta Victor, runway 30. Alright, let's just see if we can see the football stadium real quick. Not sure exactly where it is. Not sure exactly where it is, nor whether it would be perfectly rendered here, but I don't see it. But let's go ahead and get turned down onto our base. Oh, and yeah, so we got our prediction generator up and running.
November 721 Echo Charlie, Huntington Tower with 2507, fly heading 270, runway 30, clear for takeoff.
Alright, we're going to bring the mix forward.
Was that for Echo Charlie?
November 721 Echo Charlie,
You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment. The wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way.
Visual 30 following the traffic in front of us.
Animal 7 Papa Romeo, Huntington Tower with 2507, runway 30, clear to landing number 2.
There's our airport.
Number 230, Animal 57 Papa Romeo. And Echo Charlie, we'll just need to hold for a little bit here. We just got to run a checklist.
November 1 Echo Charlie, okay, how long do you need traffic on a 5-mile right base?
You'll need about 60 seconds.
Okay, November 1 Echo Charlie, cancel takeoff clearance, advisory ready.
Echo Charlie.
Alright, so they were going to depart somebody before I got there, but now they're not going to. Okay, we're under 150. We can get the gear out. Okay, field's over there. First notch flaps. I'm cutting the base turn a little short here. Got 2 more notches of flaps to go. We were told to kind of keep speed up, so we'll do that. If he's still got plenty of time to depart that traffic. Yeah, there we go. Needle starting to come in. Still a little low for.
Tower 1 Echo Charlie, we're ready.
1 Echo Charlie with 2507, Flighting 270, runway 30, clear for takeoff, traffic 4.5 miles.
Flighting 270, 930, clear for takeoff, Huntington Charlie.
And I don't think we have landing clearance yet, or maybe do we? No, we were told to report a 2-mile base, a 2-mile final. So we don't have the landing clearance yet. Heisenberg is here. Yeah, this is the A2A. I don't have the club livery installed in 2024. So we did switch over from 2020 to 2024. But yeah, it's the A2A. Okay, we're watching for departing traffic. I don't know if I've seen him. Keep the predictions coming. Gonna be last call here in about 500 feet. And Tower Comanche 514 Delta Victor 2 out.
November 514 Delta Victor with 2507, runway 30, cleared.
Little Land 30514 Delta Victor. Did that traffic get off? We didn't quite see him.
November 4 Delta Victor from break. November 721 Echo Charlie, contact departure.
Departure on Echo Charlie 2.
Tower, Piedmont 9.
Okay, I didn't see him leave, but Tower says he's gone, so we're good. We're in our final notch of flaps now. Last call for the predictions.
Piedmont 952, Huntington Tower 12507, runway 30, clear to land, your number 3.
Clear to land 952.
Still walking the power back here. Mix and flaps are full. Mix and props are full. Flaps are also full. A little bit of shifting wind there, but not too bad. A little bit of a skim and skip, as I did pull the nose up just a little too much. But overall happy. Overall fairly stable. A little bit of a side, side load and shimmy to the left as we got the wheels down. I'll go over to ground, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, let's make sure we get completely over the hold short. Right at the ground, Comanche 514 Delta Victor off 30 Charlie. We're just parking it here at anywhere for a quick turn.
Number 514 Delta Victor, that's Huntington ground, straight into the ramp.
All right, straight into the ramp. We'll talk to you soon. 514 Delta Victor. Alright, we can stow the flaps, strobes off, landing lights off. Never did get the fuel pump on, which I should have done with the landing clearance, but it's off now, and the pitot heat's off as well. And we can leave the mix out right to the point where the RPM starts to drop. Guess this young lady is trying to tell us this is where she wants us to park. Young lady, young gentleman, can't tell. Okie doke. Alright, that ends the first leg. Get the RPMs down to right to 1,000. Mix, just double check that it's leaned out. Okay, everything else was full. Everything else was cleaned up off the runway. Flaps were stowed. So we are all set there. Let's check on my predictions in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates first, and then we'll check on your predictions. Where'd my snipper go? Alright, so we had said first leg was going to end at 8:32, and it's 8:30. We should have 467 left in the tanks. I don't know if we've got, what's 467 divided by 6? So 78 gallons. So we'll eyeball it. 29.58. Yeah, sure. Flight time and fuel estimates, perfect. And then let's look at the descent rate predictions. So yeah, skimmed it and skipped it just a little bit. I pulled the nose up a little too dramatically as the wheels touched down. Should have just let it settle in right at that attitude I had it in. It lands fairly flat. I mean, that's just the way the plane is. A little bit of a skim and skip there. Of course, we have to disregard the G's because of the A2A AccuSim flight model that gets injected in. It kind of ruins the G meter somehow. I'm not sure. 76 is the winning number. Let's see what you guys had.
Straight into the ramp.
We had 173, 70 from Chavez, 88 from ELW, 120, 98, 92, 65 from Bed Dave, 32, and 85. So 76 to 70 is 6 away. 76 plus 6 is 82. I think you guys that were in the 80s were slightly too high, were you not? We had an 88 and an 85. So yeah, it's going to be R6 Chavez gets the win. Now, guys, shout at me if you think I'm missing one, or if you think I've done the math wrong there. But R6 Chavez is the winner as far as I can tell.
157 Papa Romeo, cross 30, then text we went by Bravo Mike.
Cross 30 Bravo Mike to Animal 5 Papa Romeo.
We're at KHTS on 128. Okie doke. Leg number 2 is going to take us just about 40 miles east, so this will be a fairly short one. And we'll blank it out and we'll say HTS going to Charleston. So our on course, if we get a right downwind, maybe we get another crack at seeing the stadium. And then from there, pretty much going to follow the interstate, which is Interstate 64. Going to follow that to the Kanawha River, and then the Kanawha River kind of down to the south and east, and then straight off to the east, and then we will figure out what sort of pattern they're doing at Charleston. So VFR eastbound, we'll just request taxi for a VFR departure to the east, and I guess probably get a right down. We'll request a right downwind over the river. That way we can see if we can see Marshall University once again. And by the way, speaking of Marshall University, our slant artwork adventure started at Marshall University. It's now just taking us down to a barn and a holler. But it's our puppy pack running down the football field with some Marshall University cheerleaders. We got Putty from Seinfeld-ish in a Devil's uniform-ish standing behind. So if you guys want to get in on the slant artwork adventure this evening, you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, and then let us know what you would like to add to or modify with respect to that image. All right, let's get the flaps set for departure. Let's get the trim neutral. Strudel is here. Says, "Oh, guess who was just stuck in my alley in the snow and ice for an hour?" Oh boy. The cat on the right's like, "I'm coming for you." I know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, somebody big landing there. Oh, is that a helicopter that's rendering as an Airbus? I think that must be a helicopter rendering as an Airbus. What is that? What's going on here? Yeah, it's a helicopter. So I have a custom model match for helicopter types to match them to something helicopter-y, but I don't know that I've ever... It's the H500. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know if I have that type in there. I can check. But I also don't know if I've ever tested that in this sim. So let's look. Let's see if I have an H500 included in that. Let's do it without the word wrap. Yeah, so I do have an H500 matched to Velocity Microsoft Livery Aviators Club, but I'd never tested that in this sim to see if it was working, and I guess it didn't. I mean, we can check. Let's sort by distance.
Huntington ground, Douglas 8336 Charlie with Bravo ready for taxi.
Yeah, it should have found that in my rule set, but it did not for whatever reason. I don't know.
Charlie, Huntington ground, Hector Bravo. Runway 30, taxi via Mike Bravo, hold short 30.
Mike 30 via Mike Bravo, hold short 30 for 36 Charlie, thank you.
You know why? I don't have that rule set up in 2024. Model matching flight 2024 custom rules. Yep, that's why. Well, let's do that. Let's add a custom rule set.
Charleston ground number 222 until we look at parking.
The pilot files and that one. Open. Apply. Okay. Oh. Well, that didn't help.
Huntington ground, taken.
I guess because the names of the generic models in Flight Sim 2024 are different than the names of the generic models in Flight Sim 2020. So I'm going to have to do a new version of that rule specific to the generic aircraft that are in Flight Sim 2024. So that's what I'll have to do. All right, well, let's go back into settings and get rid of that rule, because obviously if it's going to do nothing but cause a lot of errors, it's just going to distract me. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll work on that for next time.
November 8336 Charlie, cross runway 30, Alpha 2, Alpha 1, 30.
All right, so let's get rocking and rolling here. We are... whoops, yeah, we're At Huntington, we want to write downwind departure. Let's calibrate the 3020. Oh, let's refetch the ATIS information, by the way. Information Bravo 3020. They're still landing and departing 30. And yeah, 2407. Okay. So 3020, we got that dialed in. Let's make sure we're calibrated. Yeah, I gotta get I gotta get a generic GA type as my default, and then I gotta get the rest of those models fixed, because that's looking a little silly. We're parked at like a 111 essentially.
36 Charlie, you can monitor tower 118.5.
Okie doke.
I'm sorry, a little bit quiet. Say again.
Monitor tower 118.5.
185 for 36 Charlie. Thank you.
Huntington ground, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's the main GA ramp with information Bravo, ready to taxi for VFR eastbound.
Was that 514 Delta Victor?
Affirmative.
514 Delta Victor, runway 30, taxi via Alpha.
Runway 30, taxi via Alpha, 514 Delta Victor. All right. Ground Comanche 514 Delta Victor with a question.
514 Delta Victor, ground, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to be looking for flight following services over to Charleston. Do we want to give that information to you, or should we get that airborne?
Stand by 1 second.
Either way is fine.
Five 514 Delta Victor, contact clearance at 118.05. Is that clearance? No, it's gone.
Okay, 1805, and we'll talk to them for that 514 Delta Victor. Thanks.
Ground point 9 or Piedmont 30.
Huntington clearance, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, VFR request.
Turn 514 Delta Victor, go ahead.
514 Delta Victor. Yeah, we're just getting ready to depart runway 30, but we are going to be looking for flight following. Ground recommend that we contact you. Do you want to take our information for flight following?
All right. Number 514 Delta Victor. Have you already gotten your VFR clearance?
No, we were taxiing out, and we asked Ground whether he wanted to take the information or not. He directed us to contact you.
Number 514 Delta Victor, maintain VFR at below 4,000, departure frequency 119.75, squawk 7372.
Alright, 7372 VFR below 4,000 and departure 119.75, 514 Delta Victor.
Good background.
Thank you. Okay, so same squawk we were on before, we're now squawking that. We'll go to 1975, we'll go back to Ground Comanche 514 Delta Victor, we're back with you.
514 Delta Victor, contact tower 118.5.
Right, over to Tower 18.5, 514 Delta Victor, we'll see you. So I should have known better. I should have asked that question before we were rolling. Oh well. We got it now. Good Fixins is here.
It's finger licking good.
Huntington Tower, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, short of 30, ready to go. So I've got traffic turning base to final here.
4 Delta Victor, Huntington Tower.
Roger. Well, ready to go whenever you are. We see the traffic on final, and if possible, we're going to request a right downwind over the river. So you'll either be able to give us that or not. That definitely looks like a GA type being rendered as an airline type. Alright, so model matching. That's going to be something I'll have to address here. Now somebody taxied out behind us with some missing textures. Yeah, man, we got a lot of model matching work to do in this sim. Alright, let's verify. Yeah, trim set, flaps set. And as soon as we get permission to get on the runway, we'll get some lights going here.
November 514 Delta Victor, the wind 2507, right with downwind departures approved, runway 30, clear for takeoff.
Okay, right downwind approved and clear for takeoff, runway 30, 514 Delta Victor, thank you.
4 Delta Victor, traffic's at DC3 in the opposite pattern.
Okay, we'll be watching 4 and 5 and 4 Delta Victor. Okay, I don't see the... maybe that's what just landed. Up there. There he is. Okay. Takeoff power coming at you. Got some right rudder ends. We'll put a little left aileron in. 80. Lifting off. Okay, gear's gonna hold until we are...
8336 Charlie, the wind 2507, runway 30, clear for the option.
certain that we're not returning to the pavement. We got the gear coming in now.
And just
Flaps.
for reference, the instruction to report midfield downwind means each time when you're halfway down the runway, you need to call.
I'm sorry, what's that? My instructions when you take off, or when I take off, because I didn't hear it.
6 Delta Charlie it was, but just make sure you do that on each lap from now on.
My apologies, I wasn't aware. 436 Charlie.
Okay. And the fuel pump can come off now that we're airborne. Let me see if I can very gently get the rudder input out.
November 4 Delta Victor, contact departure.
Contact departure, 514 Delta Victor. We'll see it.
See it.
Alright, so 2,000. I'm going to level it at 2,000 for now. Oh, get the warning off the screen. Everything's fine. 2,000. 2,000. Get the trim down. Get the mix leaned out to 14 gallons an hour. Let's get the fuel redirected from the tip tanks. And then let's see if we can see the football stadium as we go past here. Huntington departure, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's 2000.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Huntington departure, radar contact.
Alright, so fuel pump can come back on. Engines at 22 and 22. Right side to the tip.
And 514 Delta Victor, altitude your discretion, proceed on course.
On course and altitude our discretion, 514 Delta Victor, thank you. Alright, so 22, 22, and 14 still showing, so we are good. And we can go ahead and turn the fuel pumps back off, and we should now be draining from the tips again. Alright, so somewhere along in here there should be a football stadium and a college campus. If we can see kind of the center square, we can see where the memorial is for the team members and boosters that were lost in the plane crash. Again, the movie We Are Marshall tells that story very well. It's a sports movie, really, but it does a good job of depicting the circumstances of the plane crash also, without being too graphic, but really captures the emotion of that scene and that situation. So I think I did see the stadium, maybe, possibly. So is that supposed to be the stadium, maybe? Yeah, I think the stadium is taller than that, really. And then where would the campus center square is probably right in here. Yeah, okay, so that's the stadium. I think it's just taller than it's being rendered. And by the way, our slant artwork adventure, by the way, started in the Marshall's Stadium. It got moved. But we got our furry co-pilots running down the field, being chased by Putty from Seinfeld wearing a New Jersey Devils uniform, and some kitty cat cheerleaders. And then we moved the scene somehow from the stadium. We moved it to a holler and a red barn. So here comes our slant artwork adventure, and if you want to get in on that action, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. You see that at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the little button next to the Alphabets icon that tells you how many of those points you have. And then you can cash in 500 of those. Get yourself in the queue to modify that image. Add to or modify that image. Okay, the river's going to make a bend to the left.
Good evening.
We're going to capture Interstate 64 and follow that eastbound. So here's the river bending northbound. Here I think is our interstate, like right over here. So I'm going to just kind of...
Direct aisle and 10,000, 10,000,
kind of scooch over. We're going to keep the interstate just out of the left window. It's a little easier to see since I'm sitting here on the left side of the plane. It also means that we drive on the right side of the road just like we do if we were on the road. Did I get the fuel pump off? Yes, I did. And I'm sure I got the flaps in. And now I'm double sure that I got the flaps in. So we're basically going to take Interstate 64 east. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to blank out all the points here. We're just going to show it as a continuous path, but then I'll mark where I am as we go. And the effect is that every time I do that, so we're right here where the river bends and the highway goes straight. Every time I do that, it'll be a kind of a countdown as to how many more miles we are from our destination.
2420, have a good night. 389, Mike.
we can. So we got 2 approach frequencies. Not sure which one we're going to be speaking to. Tim Dog says, I've been to that mall. I know exactly where we are. Yep. And Tim Dog's stomping grounds here.
514 Delta Victor, contact Charleston approach 124.1. Have a good flight.
All right, 24-1, 514 Delta Victor. We'll see you. Well, that answers that question. 24-1. And let's pick up the ATIS information real quick. Charleston ATIS. Hotel. 3018. Landing and departing 23. Charleston approach Comanche 514 Delta Victor information. Hotel at 2,500.
And Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Charleston approach, radar contact.
Okay. So now, start preparing for our arrival.
514 Delta Victor, you have a destination at, or you just headed kind of northeastbound?
Now we are inbound to Charleston, full stop.
514 Delta Victor, roger.
Charleston ground is 21.8, so we'll get that ready here. And then tower frequency is 25.7. We'll get that ready. Oops. Nope. Yeah, 25.7. Okay, so the tower frequency, ground frequency, they're tuned in COM 1, but we're transmitting and receiving on COM 2. 2410 is the controller that we're talking with.
Turn left heading 050.
Left 050.
And then let's start looking at
2561, descend and maintain at 4,000. 4,000, no, 2561.
airport diagram. We're landing on 2-3, so it's going to be a turn off to the left, and GA is all down here on the very far southeast side of the airport. Field elevation there, 947, so just shy of 1,000 feet. We have an ILS alert to 2-3. We'll tune it just to have it as the backup. 110.3. And course 235.
Charleston approach, g'day, November 88 Alpha Fox, 7,000.
88 Alpha Fox, Charleston approach, you can descend and maintain 3,000, maintain VFR on navigation.
Descend and maintain 3,000, and we are actually currently IFR, but we'll be canceling once we get the field in sight.
88 Alpha Fox, trust my mistake, proceed on course, descend and maintain 3,000.
Proceed on course, 3,000, 88 Alpha Fox.
Okay, so we are good there.
Flying 060. 060 at all, 2561.
We just passed, so the highway did a thing where it dipped down, and now we're on this kind of that little southern apex there. So if that's where we are, we're 23 miles to go.
The 561, descend and maintain 3,000.
Is that 3,000 for Delta 2561?
That's firm, Delta 2561, 3,000.
Alright, here we go.
Flyer Studios is here, says you might see me flying out of Charleston. I had to stop for fuel in the heli. Yeah, was that you that we saw on landing in front of us on the ramp here at Huntington?
The 2561, turn right.
Because really all it did was affirm for me that I had forgotten to address model matching issues in the sim. Be a weekend project for me, I guess.
November 514 Delta Victor 0, enter the right down 23.
You were breaking up. I heard a heading, but the heading got cut off, and then a right downwind.
Heading of 100 to enter the right downwind for runway 23.
Okay, 100, and then the right downwind for 23, 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so we've now dropped off of Interstate 77. We're kind of picking up the Kanawha River. And then ahead on the left... Oh, you've been there for about 30 minutes? Yeah, so there must have been somebody else in a helicopter then. Okay. Alright, so... Oops. I was scrolling the map, not moving the window. So as we cross over the river, yeah, we're going to end up kind of... I mean, if we were going to plot out what the pattern would look like, you know, if we're kind of direct the field here, it'll just be a 45 to right downwind and right base and final. We got Battle Cry 1366 hitting the follow button. Battle Cry, welcome. It's a pretty badass Twitch name, by the way.
61, you are 3 miles from Jigsaw, maintain 3,000 till
I kind of love it.
localizer. Turn right heading 200, clear to the islands, runway 23 approach.
Alright, 200 on the heading 3000 established, clear islands to 3000, 2561.
I feel like this might be the airport dead ahead.
61 traffic 12 o'clock, 5 miles is a VFR type unknown 1,200.
We do have a countdown now. We're tuned into the ILS, so we're not really using the ILS to navigate, although we'll get us some sanity checks on our turn to final. But 110.3 and 235, but we are getting a distance countdown. That is correct, right? Yeah, ICRW 5.5, ICRW is 110.3. Okay, so we are getting a distance countdown. And so we're 13 miles west of the airport, and I'm thinking it's this here. It is just slightly north of the river.
November 88 Alpha Foxtrot, the aircraft.
And somewhere here near the center of town. Oh my goodness, we got the raid coming in. Melvin Leroy. Melvin Leroy, how are you?
12 o'clock and 5 miles before in sight.
We're looking at 88 Alpha Fox.
Thank you for the raid, Mr. Melvin. Good to chat with you earlier. I guess if you're no longer on the network, I can close your message tab safely. maybe you're about to prove me wrong.
25.7 out of 25.61. Good day.
November 88 Alpha Fox, hasn't filled inside. We'd like to cancel IFR.
November 88 Alpha Foxtrot, no traffic disturbed between you and the airport.
But yeah, good to hear your voice earlier, Melvin. Hope that.
Squawk and Talk VFR 88 Alpha Fox. Thanks, man. Great event tonight. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Hope that y'all had a good one. Oh, epic fail PMDG. How he answers? Oh, okay. So he took a year off until PMDG passed the 737 for 2024.
November 514 Delta Victor, contact tower 125.7.
25.7, 514 Delta Victor. We'll see it.
Record 7035, turn right heading 200, join the left line.
Turn right 200, join the left line. Coming through, bye.
And is it Jaeger Tower, Charleston? I heard. Charleston Tower.
Sorry about that.
I heard Chuck Yeager just passed away. The field's named after him. I think he just passed away within the last week, I heard. I'll check that message, Howie, answer in just a moment. I had the PMDG for 2020. I rebought the 800 for 2024. I haven't had any problems with it. Heard that Boris Audio Works released a sound pack for the 800 in 2024. I'm planning on picking that up. Charleston Tower, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 7 miles east, entering right downwind runway 23.
And Piper number 514 Delta Vis. Delta Victor, Charleston Tower, Roger, and your right down with runway 23.
Roger, right down, wind 23, 514 Delta Victor.
Charleston Tower, Delta
So what happened?
45, Jigsaw.
Took a year off until they patched the 737 and stalled, then bought the 737 update, and man, they have issues. You can't even log into their OC3, their Operations Center 3. Oh, man. No, I have not had any issues with it. Sorry to hear that, but no, I haven't had any problems. Alright, we are going to do a few things here. Let's get the fuel pump on. I'm going to go ahead and leave it on so I don't forget for arrival. We're going to switch 22, 20, and 14. Change, whoops, no, not off. Change from the tip to the main. 22, 20, and 14, we're still good. Tip to the main. Okay, 22, 20, and 14. We'll leave the fuel pump on. Oh, here's the field right here. So yeah, I wasn't quite looking at the right thing, but I am now entering that right downwind. So we'll back the power way out, start getting the prop spun up. Go ahead and turn that onto that downwind. Yeah, once it's yelling at us because we don't have the gear out. I'm going to go ahead and get the gear out because we are below 150 knots now. I will extend down with 514 Delta Victor.
American 7035, Charleston Tower, hello. Wind 2506 knots. You're following a Delta 24, 45 on a 5 mile final. Runway 23, right for the line. T3, clear.
It is a nice view, Aoyatsu, yep. He died in 2020? Oh, wow.
Alright, Delta 2561, sorry about that.
Yeah, we actually did sing a little bit earlier. I did sing a little bit earlier. Almost heaven, West Virginia. Alright, we're extending. We're 3.5 out now, so we're okay. Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River, which of course are both in regular Virginia. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel touch runway surface. So bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Bet Dave and Krispy Kreme came right in with the same number. That's fine, guys. You don't have to change. You're fine.
Piper 4 Beth Delta Victor, traffic off your right wing. It's American 777. You have that traffic?
We do.
And 4 Delta Victor, you can follow the traffic. Kind of maintain the separation because you have the 777, but follow the traffic. You're number 2 or 2-3, you're clear line.
Okay, we will follow the 777 with wake turbulence in mind, and number 2 for the field, 514 Delta Victor.
Delta 24 45, left enable contact ground, 28.
Yeah, I got the yokes out of the way, Howie, just so I can see the switches and dials and stuff. I mean, obviously you can put them there, but they tend to get in my way in terms of, actually the right one's usually not in the way. The left one gets in the way of me seeing switches and stuff, so I get rid of it. Alright, we have we have the first notch of flaps in, we got the gear in, gear out rather. There's our field. I hear the nice gusty winds, maybe some of that's wake turbulence. Slant tells plenty of yokes, says Say Again Jim. Yes, indeed. That's why we have this. So we were told number 2 for the field. I don't think we got a landing clearance yet necessarily. How he hits her.
Good night, level 9, coming off the back, and full bad check, ILS 6. Last check, I've gone. Roger, stand by. And 4 deck is left here, if you can you give me your best forward speed?
Yeah, we'll keep best forward 514 Delta Victor.
Alright, thank you much. And last aircraft calling, you said who was that on the island? 97 off of Quebec, overhead check, ILS 6. And November 907 Alpha Quebec, Charleston Star, hello, wind 2506 knots. So you're following a Piper on a 5-mile funnel. Runway 23, you are clear to land. Switch your credit on following Piper 97 Alpha Quebec. And 7 Alpha Quebec, you can just maintain visual separation with that traffic. Once again, maintain visual separation and 7 Alpha Quebec.
And does 514 Delta Victor have landing clearance also?
3 at Alpha 3.
There's 2 people calling. He was the guy, there was somebody else calling coming to land, arrival.
Yeah, 514 Delta Victor is on the 4-mile funnel. I don't know if we got the landing clearance yet.
Oh, for the Confederate, sorry about that. So runway 23, you are clear to land.
Little land 23, just making sure, 514 Delta Victor. He may have. I remember he told us we were number 2. He told us follow that traffic, you're number 2, but I don't think we got a landing clearance with that instruction. But we might have. I don't truly remember for sure. We'll watch her on 514 Delta Victor.
Charleston Tower, November 068 Bravo is on final runway 23.
Okay, we're a little bit low.
Number 068.
Okay, I do see traffic taking the runway up there.
506 knots from your number 3, runway 23, you're clear to land.
Center line is showing off. It might be an offset loc. Visually, I feel like I'm right on the center line. We are crabbing over to the right a little bit. We're going to have to correct that as we get closer. And then I still need to get 2 more notches of flaps in and get kind of down to a more acceptable final approach speed here. Okay. Looks like the nose is starting to straighten out, maybe.
Good speed. 921, contact departure, hold it.
Hopefully departure, have a good night.
Yeah, hold it.
Alright, so let's go ahead and get that speed let off now. 2 more notches of flaps in. Bring a little bit of power back in just so we don't fall out of the sky. And we'll just need to get off as quickly as we can to the left.
7 off Quebec, go around, by the way, heading maintain 3000.
I'm gonna head in 3000 and 7 off.
Guess we just didn't quite keep the speed up enough for him. We did everything we could. I was going to try and skirt off to the left as quickly as possible here. Guess it's just barely too close.
And 1 Delta Victor, left enabling, contact ground point. Thanks for finding me, appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about the guy behind me.
It's part of it, part of controlling.
5-4 Delta Victor, we'll see.
How's that?
Alright. Charleston ground, Comanche 5 and 4 Delta Victors off of 2-3, believe I'm in Alpha 2, going to GA.
Over 514 Delta Victor, you said?
Hey firm, 514 Delta Victor off of 2-3 at Alpha 2, going to GA.
Over 514 Delta Victor, Charleston ground, good evening. Taxi to the GA ramp via Alpha Charlie.
Alpha and Charlie to the ramp, 5 and 4 Delta Victor. So yeah, crosswind technique wasn't perfect. We kind of slammed it just a little bit, and a little skim and skip because we were cross controlled, and that adds a ton of drag. And then of course you're fighting the shifting winds and everything else. It actually didn't register too bad. It registered a nice respectable number. It felt bad though. I think probably because of the side loading. Is Charlie the first left? No, Delta's the first left. Yeah, so the next one will be Charlie. Charlie will be the one that will go kind of all the way down here. Jeffrey B stopping in. That's right, the RPM.
Victor, make it Charlie Bravo 4 Bravo to the ramp.
All right, Charlie, then Bravo 4 and Bravo 5 and 4 Delta Victor. I'm not sure that Bravo 4 intersects with Charlie, but down to the end, make a right. Yeah, I was trying to haul down the taxiway just a little bit the other because it's a long trip. Is this Bravo 4? It's Bravo 3, I think. Yeah, I think that's Bravo 3. So Bravo 4, I think, comes off of there, not off of here. But that's okay. We'll just make the next right. It doesn't look like we're going to be in conflict with anybody, so... Yeah, AJ says he didn't think there was a landing clearance either. Yeah, I remembered he said, follow the trip 7, you're number 2. I didn't think a landing clearance came with that, but I wasn't certain of it. But, you know, didn't hurt to ask. If we got it twice, we got it twice, but I think we're in agreement that we don't think it was given. It sounded like he thought he gave us a landing clearance, which is fine, because I've done that too. I gave you an approach clearance. Did I actually give you a landing clearance? Yeah, all good. Yeah, better. Yeah, better to get 2 landing clearances than none, right? Exactly. As long as your actual number of landings is equivalent to your actual number of takeoffs, you're fine. Now, we did a couple of little skims and skips, but technically we landed, took off, then landed again.
Paramount 2 Hotel Lima, hold position.
20 meters from Hotel Lima.
Okay, let's get the parking brake on. And RPMs to 1,000, mix leaned out. Oh, parking brake on, it said. There we go. Forgot with the 2024 Comanche, you actually have to push the brakes, push the foot brakes all the way in as you do that. Yeah, right. Any landing that you can walk away from, right, AJ Scott? We are at Yeager Field, so we might as well use his standard for the landing. We can walk away from the landing, and we can reuse the airplane afterwards. So it's a 2 out of 2 in terms of the score. Now, I always say there's one thing that Chuck Yeager did not articulate in that standard, because if you can walk away from the landing, that's great. If you have to run away from the landing, that is not ideal.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. No, it's not your fault. Hotel Lima, continue taxi just behind that traffic 2-3.
All right. Anyway, so let's do a couple of things real quick. Let's check on the flight time and fuel estimates real quick. So I had said leg number 2 was going to end at 9:30, and we're 10 minutes early. That's good. And we should have 418 pounds of fuel left. Now, what's that in gallons? 418 divided by 6, and of course the gauges are not really easy to read. I could cheat and look in the tablet, but I won't. I'll just
Bravo, if you want to go ahead and make a 180, I'll get you back on
should have just about 70 gallons.
Bravo 4 Bravo to the rim.
And we got 20, we'll call it 27 and 27, so that's
okay,
54.
Alpha Charlie Bravo,
and then if we're about
what was after Bravo? Sorry about that. 068 Bravo. It'd be Alpha Charlie, and then
about
Bravo
it's a 15-gallon tip, so if we're about 2/3 full, then that's 10 in each side.
Okay, Alpha Charlie,
so if that's 54,
Bravo
then that's
4,
74 gallons. So we're being a little bit more fuel efficient than I had planned on, and timing-wise,
not a problem.
Timing-wise, it's working out like we'd hoped. Howie Answer says, if you're pretty new, is it good to pick a home airport to become familiar with? It depends on what you're doing, Howie Answer. So if you're doing single-engine piston general aviation flying, and you're practicing VFR patterns, yeah, it's easier to learn those at the same airport because you're using the same landmarks to kind of mark your turning points around the pattern. For IFR traffic, I would say your best bet is to just make sure you get on the VATSIM radar and just make sure that you're looking here and you're looking for a field where there's a controller but there's not a ton of traffic. You know, like Kansas City is online, Kansas City Center's online, and they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 aircraft in the entire airspace. This would be a great area for new pilots to work in right now because this controller has the time to slow down and explain things and repeat things. You know, if you have a massive flight coming into Dallas-Fort Worth right now, they may not have that kind of time to slow down and repeat things and explain things. You know, Los Angeles tends to get pretty busy, but at least they've got a SoCal controller on. They've got a Los Angeles approach controller on. So if you're in Los Angeles and somewhere outside of the major metro areas, then you're dealing with a center controller who doesn't look like he's got terribly much going on. That might be a decent place to do some learning. Portland approach is on. Doesn't look like they've got really much going on. So this would be a great place to do a little bit of learning. So, you know what I mean? Just kind of look through here and just look for that controlling situation that's not super slammed with traffic, and those are your best bets. So we talked about my predictions. Let's talk about your predictions in terms of the winning entry into the landing rate raffle. So again, we did do this little bit of a skim and skip there. So you know, it's a
disregard.
Function of the slight crosswind there. We got 12 knot crosswind. 58 was the number of the register. That wasn't half bad. I was happy with it. I mean, overall, I was happy with the stability of the approach. 58 was the number. So let's see how you guys did in terms of your numbers. We had the two coming with 75, 123, 140, 124, 105, another one with 125. Howie had to put 124 in twice. Yeah, with the plus sign didn't bother me, Howie. That's fine. 99, 147, 43, 56. Heisenberg came with 56. And that's going to be 2 away. Did anybody come in? So the answer was 58. Heisenberg said 56. Did anybody say 60? No. So that's going to be Heisenberg's win there. Congrats, Heisenberg. And we are at KCRW on 128. Okie doke. For leg number 3, we are going to do one more. One more that's officially part of the event. And that is that we're going to go from Charleston. Or no, this was it. This was it as far as the event. Where was the next one? Was the next one going to be? Yeah, so our next one is going to be down to Blacksburg. So I think I'm going to take a
5231, push on to
take a quick liquid recycling break for, before we go on this one. So this one we're going to depart runway 23. We're going to join the Canal River. Actually, I had a set of waypoints.
correctly eventually here.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So the plan for this one essentially is going to be to follow the Kanawha River. Okay, then when we get to this point with the town of Grawley Bridge, the Kanawha turns north. This then becomes the New River.
703 Charleston ground.
We'll then follow the New River south and east.
Multiple aircraft are in there.
And then we're going to duck off of the Kanawha River, the New River over here to Blacksburg. Another big university there, Virginia Tech University there. Then we're going to take a little rest stop at Blacksburg, and then we're going to continue south, pretty much join the interstate. I think this is Interstate, 77? And then Interstate 77, we are going to take it all the way down here to Lake Norman. This is one that's in the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge bug smasher list. Everything else that we have left in that is over here kind of in the central part of the airspace. We've got one little last straggler in the eastern part of the airspace, so we're going to head there now. We're going to take a little rest stop at Blacksburg. So that's this leg here, a 100-mile leg south and east from Charleston along the Kanawha and then the New River. And that's going to be what we get into next when we get back and continue our Slant Alpha adventure. Yeah, Howie, I always just say we know you mean a descent rate, whether you put in plus sign, minus sign. I mean, technically speaking, I say I want you to put in a rate of descent. So if you put in a minus sign, a negative rate of descent is actually a rate of climb, isn't it? So I say the plus or minus sign, I don't care. Either way is fine. You know, we know you mean a descent rate. That's what you're guessing. I don't have the ability to climb onto a runway, so we know you mean a descent rate either way. So we always say just the minus, plus or minus sign doesn't matter. We know you mean. The graphic I should have said negatives 58. Oh, fair enough. Well, then that's a negative 58 rate of climb onto the runway. Anyway, we know what the number means, with or without the minus sign. We know what we're talking about.
Bravo 4.
The New River is the 4th oldest river in the world. Well, it's got a pretty inappropriate name then, the Krispy Kreme. Kind of like the New Kids on the Block. Haven't been around for like 40 years. Alright, we're going to take a quick break out of the cockpit, though.
Blackbeard 077 Alpha. Blackbeard 077 Alpha. Yeah, I've got 3 aircraft pushing for now.
Take a quick break out of the cockpit, and we'll head on with that next leg here down to Blacksburg in just a few. Back with you in just a moment. A little liquid recycling break coming up. We got more coming up. More flying left to do, so sit tight, guys. So Slant Alpha adventure continues in just a moment.
Yeah.
Blackbeard 077 Alpha. Do you see that Louis Creek Sierra J9er pushing back?
Yep, you see.
Do you think you're going to be able to squeeze by him if I turn you right there?
I'll tell you when he finishes his pushback. Yeah, but I did. Yeah, okay.
Delta 2445, ready for taxi.
Delta 2445, roger, hold position.
Holding position, Delta 2445.
Blacksburg, 077 Alpha, yeah, we're in, please.
Flight Beard 077 Alpha, you taxi straight ahead via Bravo 6 to the terminal.
Bravo 6 to the terminal, thank you, good night, excellent for that, yeah.
Ground on 2514 Victor with information India, ready to taxi.
Over 251 Charlie Victor, Charleston, Garden, stand by. Delta 2445, runway 23, taxi via Alpha.
23 via Alpha, Delta 2445.
Number 251 Charlie Victor, runway 23, taxi via Bravo 4, Charlie Alpha.
Bravo 4, Charlie Alpha, 1123, 1 Charlie Victor.
Booster 55, taxi, gate altitude.
Booster 5555, A319 in front of you, just push back. Are you able to get around us?
Booster 55, sure, we can do that.
Alright, stand by. Southwest 1495, how much more time do you need? We're going to need another 30 seconds to position, Southwest 1495. Roger. Booster 55, if you're able to safely do it, feel free to go around that aircraft straight to the terminal.
Still 30 seconds, we'll wait, Booster 55.
Roger, thanks. Delta 2445, contact tower 125.7, have a great flight.
25-7, Delta 2445.
Southwest 1495, we're ready for taxi. Southwest 1495, runway 23, taxi via Alpha. There's going to be a Vision Jet exiting off of Charlie, follow that traffic. Alright, we'll follow the Vision Jet, Southwest 1495.
Blue Shrieking 231 ready for taxi.
Southwest 1495, hold position. Hold position, Southwest 1495. Was that Blue Street calling?
Oh yeah, I was Blue Street calling taxi.
Roger, hold position.
Hold position, Blue Street 52.
Oh, you know, back with you, friends. Thanks for your patience as we are getting ready to get out of Charleston, West Virginia. We're going to VFR down the Kanawha and New Rivers to Blacksburg, Virginia. A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We're flying along on an event called Mountains Till Morning, hosted by Indianapolis and Atlanta Centers on VATSIM and then VAT-USA. They've got a bingo card game going on, by the way. We're not participating in this portion of it, but if you'd like to, it's discord.indy.center. Get your bingo card and then check off these airports as you visit them. Kind of a cool thing that they've got going on with prizes by Just Flight. We are in the A2A Simulations Comanche. We'll get back into the aircraft now.
Thanks for the flying.
And let's go ahead and update our ATIS information. Where are we? Charleston. India now current 3019. They're still landing and departing on 23. We'll get 3019 set. We'll update our gyro. So we're parked at 5 degrees short of 33. Yeah, we're 5 degrees the other way at 33, so it's cranked. It very gradually processes out of alignment. Looks like it must have processed about 10 degrees from the last time I updated it, so now we're back set, and our field elevation's reading just shy of 1,000, which I think is consistent with what was on the airport diagram. So our altimeter and our weather simulation's working properly. Yep, just shy of 1,000 feet there. And then we're going to take off, looking for basically a left crosswind departure. So if they say on course, we're turning kind of out here to the 180 direction to pick up the Kanawha River south and eastbound. Fuel's reading probably 25 gallons apiece in the mains, and 3/4 to 2/3 in the auxes and the tips. We'll get switched back over to the tips once we get airborne.
Hold short alpha taxiway for me.
And I think we do need to do a run up here since we've been sitting on the ramp idling at low power. You know, we always want to kind of make sure that we do a run up and burn off any carbon deposits that have accumulated on the plug tips while we've been sitting here idling like that. But we are ready to go. We expect.
That's an unfortunate button, sir.
We're going to taxi up here via Bravo and then Alpha to.
That's hilarious.
Oh no, Bravo and then Alpha this way, because they're landing and departing 23. Information India. Charleston ground, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, information India, looking for taxi for a VFR southeastbound departure. Did you want to take our flight following information, or do we want to do that airborne?
4 Delta Victor, did delivery get that to you?
No, we can switch over and get that from them. That sounds good.
If you could please, yeah, just give me a call right for taxi.
Will do. Made that same mistake in our last one. 1855. So we're COM 1, so 18.
7 Alpha Quebec, Charleston ground, good evening. You taxi to the south, parking via Charlie, Bravo 4,
1855.
Charlie Bravo 4, Bravo 97 Alpha Quebec.
Hey, ground southwest 1495. We're waiting in the line at 23. You want us over to tower? Sure. Go ahead, monitor tower 12.
Still don't have it on file. I'm getting disconnected and reconnect. Send it and reconnect. That should work, yep.
Charleston clearance, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's looking for VFR departure southeastbound, flight following.
4 Delta Victor, number 2.
Alright, so again, it's going to be flight following, southeastbound.
Right, so 3360 back on, leave your side.
So we'll say 5500.
For some reason, I still don't have it. That's weird. It is pretty weird. I'm following the same flight plan as American 703. The only difference is I'm in a 737-700. Alright, give me a second. You said same as 703? Yeah, we're a 2-man group flight. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll wait until they get sorted out. By the way, while we're waiting,
What's your cruise altitude?
guys, we also have our slant artwork adventure going on, our slant artwork adventure. So for those of you who might be new to the stream, what we do is we have a one sentence.
I see the problem. It defaulted to VFR. We changed it over to IFR. You should be able to see it now. Alright.
Gotcha. So we got a one-sentence description we feed into Chat GPT to create an image that's representative of what we're doing on the stream that night. You guys then, once you see that image, can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then you can suggest to me, once you get in the queue and then I call your name, you can suggest an addition or modification to that image. Since we were flying over Marshall University, I had it start by showing my 3 pups running down the field at Marshall University's football stadium. We then added that it was going to be a red barn and a holler, and we added some cat cheerleaders to the scene, and then we added David Putty from Seinfeld, dressed in a red New Jersey Devils uniform, and then we added some snow onto the mountains there. So that's where our image stands. Guys want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. Actually, I'm going to make a modification myself here.
Oh, nope, forget, there's no fit. Euclid to Columbus, radar vectors, McKinnon's in his file, maintain 4000, follow 20010, missile departure, departure, frequency 124.1, squawk 4263.
Cleared Columbus, via vectors, McGinnis, then his file, 4000, 200, 10 minutes after, departure 24.1, squawking 4263, American 703.
American 703, reback to correct call, ground for push.
Ground for push, American 703, thanks.
Who is calling for VFR?
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, we're looking for a VFR southeastbound departure flight following to Blacksburg, Bravo Charlie Bravo at 5,500.
And 4 Delta Victor, your PA-24?
A-frame, yep, Piper Comanche, sorry.
.4 Delta Victor, maintain VFR out of below 4,000, squawk 1431.
Alright, out of below 4,000, 1431, 514 Delta Victor, thanks.
4 Delta Victor, reback correct call, ground for taxi.
We'll go 514 Delta Victor.
Have a good one.
Likewise.
Go into Jet Center.
Number 700.
Alright, so I got a modification working, and we'll show you that in just a moment. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and get rolling on our way down to Blacksburg.
Lima, runway 23, taxi via Bravo 3, Bravo, Charlie, or let me start that again, jeez. Bravo 3, Bravo Alpha.
23, Bravo 3, Bravo Alpha, 107 Golf Lima.
And ground 514 Delta Victor, information India, we're ready to taxi VFR out.
Over 514 Delta Victor, Charleston ground, runway 23, taxi via Bravo 3, Bravo Alpha. Let's see a citation just ahead of you, just follow that traffic.
Alright, we'll follow the citation Bravo 3, Bravo Alpha out to 23514 Delta Victor.
0 Charlie Echo, you're turning on the Bravo, sir. Are you able to make a 180?
Alright, 0 Charlie Echo, guess I'm not sure what you want me to do here. That was Charlie Bravo 2.
Bravo 2's all the way down at the end, so follow Charlie pretty much full length, and Bravo 2's kind of that intersection in the middle. Currently on Bravo 5, yeah, airport's really confusing.
Now I'm looking at the JEP chart, and this is Bravo 2.
I'm showing Bravo 5, brother. If you're able to make a 180, I can kind of guide you in there if you can get back on the Charlie for me.
All right, we'll do 180.
Thanks.
Okay, and we didn't get the flap set for departure, and I guess I got to double check that I got the trim set for departure also. Yeah, trim needs to crank down a little bit.
0 Charlie, continue south down there. It won't be this intersection, but the next one, you can make a right here to stretch it to the parking.
All right, take the next right, 0 Charlie Echo.
Alrighty. So am I getting sim stutters, or is my aircraft sputtering?
Ground, good evening, American 703, India at Charlie 4, requesting push.
American 703, do you need a push there, or are you able to, actually, yeah, you do. Pushback is approved. If you can maybe do it about 20.
So I got the mix fully rich now.
There and then face north.
And I bumped the RPMs up 1,000, or 100 rather, not 1,000, 100. To see if we're still getting those little sputters.
703, use caution. I'm going to have to
We will
taxiing on Bravo.
definitely want to,
We see the aircraft.
definitely want to do a run up at the end, make sure we're good to go here. And I'm kind of riding the brakes the entire way. So, in honor of the fact that we're at Yeager Field, we added Chuck Yeager to the image. That was my modification there.
22 with ground yet?
So there's our slant artwork adventure. We got the puppies running down the football field and some Marshall University feline cheerleaders. The football field has been moved to a holler with a red barn. And we got some snow-capped mountains in the background. Then we got David Putty from Seinfeld and Chuck Yeager standing behind.
Charleston ground southwest 620, information India on board, requesting.
So here's the little chicane. Those of you who are road racing fans know what a chicane is. We got a little bit of chicane in
620, Charleston ground,
taxiway Bravo.
Position. I've got traffic taxiing on Bravo behind you. Get you out after they move.
Copy that. We'll hold for the traffic. Southwest 3360.
Okay, nobody coming from the left, so this will be our right turn onto taxiway Alpha. A little bit of a slight chicane here in Alpha. Yeah, if I can let the engine idle below 1,000, it really just wants to die.
Southwest 620, push, hit start on the Bravo approved, face northwest.
Approved facing northwest, southwest 620.
Bravo 75 till South Charlie from Capital Jet.
We're at 5 Hotel Papa Charleston ground. Good evening. Taxi to Capital Jet via Charlie Bravo 3. Have a good night.
Charlie Bravo 3 Capital Jet 5 till Papa.
Yeah, looks like we're in number 3 for departure down there. Alright, there's the whole short line. If we were in the hard IMC with protected ILS zones, but we're at the normal hold short line.
Number 107 Golf Lima, contact tower 125.7.
Okay, we should get that same handoff.
Number 514 Delta Victor, monitor tower 125.7.
Alright, we'll monitor 25.7. 514 Delta Victor, we'll see you.
See ya.
Okay, so he told the first guy to contact, second guy to monitor. That makes sense. There's no reason for me to check in with tower.
Traffic stop your left
I got
there, sending 8319.
Got the
Emoji 5. Emoji 5, roger. Following at traffic, you're number 2, runway 23 if you are cleared to land.
Alright, runway 23, can we get the option for the NG?
Yeah, sorry about that, runway 23 clear for the option.
Runway 23 clear for the option, Emoji 2, Emoji 5, we do have that traffic.
Alright, just maintain visual separation with them and give us some space, please. It's going to be full stop.
Emoji 5.
Charleston Tower, that is David BC Charlie, right now 123. 36 Charlie, roger. 36 Charlie, Charleston, roger. Extend your talent, I'll call your base. Send it down, just on my base for 88
Alright, let's see if the tower controller can.
Blacksburg, keep rolling down there, and exit at Charlie, contact ground point 8, we'll see.
Left from Charlie, over ground, point 8 for 292.
Get the two of us out. Sounds like he's got a couple folks in the pattern, a couple folks inbound for full stops. So we'll see. Tell you what, while we're waiting here, let's see if we can go ahead and do a run up. Take it up.
Citation 0, Golf Lima, we'll try to get you out. Just give me a bit. Alright, appreciate it. 17
Take it up to 2,000. Novik082, what's up, legend? Might be getting on Roanoke approach. We'll see. Very nice. Okay. Sounds cool. Alright, we got 2,000 RPM, so let's flex the prop lever 3 times. Okay, it looks like we got one on short final. He's going to try and get the citation out right after that. Sounds like he's got at least one in the pattern behind them, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, mix is already full rich.
And 36 Charlie, turn your base, please.
Carb heat.
36 Charlie.
Okay, let's do our mag check. Left mag only dropped 100 RPM, so we're good there.
And DC 36 Charlie.
Right mag only dropped 100 mags. 100 RPMs.
236 and 36 Charlie.
Okay, looks like it must be a helicopter coming into the left. The helicopters are all rendering as generic Airbuses. So
658, contact ground point 8, we'll see you.
We've kind of exposed that my custom model match set does not automatically import from 2020 to 2024. And then when I manually imported it, I realized it was referring to a bunch of default models that this sim doesn't have that 2020 does. So I'm going to have to go through.
Star hello, 12506 number 3, runway 23 or clear to land.
I'm going to have to go through and figure out what a bunch of default models are in 2024 that I can put into that model match set there, and we'll go from there. But a project for this weekend, perhaps.
And citation 7 Golf Lima, should disregard.
7 Golf Lima, can you go now? No, never mind. We don't want you to go now. We're going to be able to stay below those cloud bases? I guess we'll try. Just in case we're here for a little bit, I'm going to lean the mix all the way out until the RPM starts to drop.
Emoji 5 down.
Emoji 5, roger. Can you down when I call your base?
Emoji 5.
And citation 71, leaving uniform, Charles Stark. Did I give you landing clearance?
Negative, not yet for 701.
And number 701, leaving uniform, roger. Winds 2506 knots. So number 2, runway 23, clear to land.
Number 23, number 2, clear to land for citation 701 uniform.
7 Golf Lima, I'm going to try to get you out after the CC. Appreciate it, 7 Golf Lima. Emoji 5 traffic is heading to your left. It's a citation.
Inside emoji.
Emoji 5, follow the traffic. Here, number 2, or 2-3, you are quickly option.
So we do see one here on final.
I'm sorry, number 2-3.
He said he was going to try and get the citation out. We'll see.
BT 36 Charlie, left lane able contact ground point 8.
Up 90 ground point 8, 436 running.
You got time. Get him out. Looks like a second one after that.
Tower Emoji 5, what's that citation?
Emoji 5, Roger. Maintain visual separation.
Roger, what's that speed?
What's the speed? I can't tell what his speed is. You can ask him that. 701 Lima uniform, what's your speed?
125.
Alright, 125 is your answer.
Emoji 5, thanks for trying to stay in the...
Well, I guess we didn't get the citation out. It's all good. We'll make it down to Blacksburg. We'll take a little pit stop there, and then we'll see how I feel about making it the rest of the way to Lake Norman. If we don't make it to Lake Norman tonight, it's not a big deal. I was just going to try and knock that one out because it's the one that's in the Charlotte area that I still haven't gotten to on the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge. So if we were able to knock it out today, since we're going to be kind of in the area, then that's what I was hoping to do. Okay, so the citation landed. This is the helicopter, I guess.
Citation, 1 Lima uniform, left one able, contact ground, point 8, we'll see.
Left one able, contact ground, point 8.
Don't see anybody else on final yet, so maybe we've got space to get out now. Haven't heard anybody else check in the pattern or on final, so fingers.
And the 7 Golf Lima. Directed to the Charleston VOR. Runway 23, you are quick takeoff.
Sir Charleston VOR 23, quick takeoff, citation 107 Golf Lima.
And Beechcraft 21 Charlie, traffic departing prior to your route.
Oh, there is one.
We're being looking for the traffic, 21 Charlie.
There is one, so we'll see. We'll see if we got time to get out after the citation, or probably we're going to be awaiting the landing traffic. So there goes the citation.
95 down.
Left 5 traffic's off your head to your left on the short finals. I think it's Bonanza.
Inside emoji.
Left 5, Roger, follow traffic number 2 on 23, you're clear for the option.
Number 2-3, correction, runway 23, clear for the option, emoji 5 will maintain visual separation by the plane.
Citation, 7 Golf Lima, contact departure, we will see you.
We're departure 107 Golf Lima, we'll see you, thanks.
And who's number 1 hold short of the runway?
That's 514 Delta Victor, and can you confirm the departure frequency for us?
514 Delta Victor, the departure frequency, you're going south, the departure frequency should be 119.2.
Okay, thanks. Touch floaty.
And Bonanza 21 Charlie, left unable contact ground point 8, we'll see.
Left unable contact ground point 8, that's a 1 Charlie, see ya.
Still had that helicopter, that military helicopter in the pattern somewhere, but I haven't heard him.
Piper 4 Delta Victor, wind 250 at 6 knots. On course departure is approved. Runway 23, we're clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 23 on course 514 Delta Victor. Alright, mix full rich, strobe, landing, pitot, and fuel pump.
And tower, emoji 5 downwind, we have that departing traffic inside.
Emoji 5, right.
Okay, takeoff power's coming at you.
Emoji 5, stinger downwind, I'll call your back.
A little bit of right rudder in, so we'll hold the wings level. Okay, we are airborne. We're going to hold the gear out until we're sure we're not going to need to return to pavement.
Tower, Southwest 620, short 23, ready for departure.
Southwest 620, Charleston Tower.
Okay,
on 23.
Just ever so gently get that rudder input out. Okay, and on course for us means kind of 180-ish and then follow the river.
Now for
Okay, definitely not returning to the field.
option 23 will be full stop for Emoji 5 on 23.
So gears in, flaps in, fuel pumps off.
Roger, you're going to be on 23 this time. Emoji 5.
Emoji 5, Roger, for the left.
Alright, Roger.
Bring the RPMs down to 24, manifolds 24.
620, spot runway heading, runway 23, you're clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 23, clear to takeoff, Southwest 620.
Okay, and there's the Kanawha River. So we'll go ahead and...
Sorry, is there not traffic that's binding? I'm seeing some navigation lights really close to the approach end.
Last aircraft calling, takeoff runway.
KPKB Shirley.
And 36 Charlie, firm traffic is on final to the helicopter.
Oh, okay, that looks like a plane forward. Whatever reason, last time.
And Emoji 5, traffic departing prior to your roll.
Emoji 5, Roger, what's that aircraft?
It's just a Boeing 737 Southwest.
Emoji 5, Roger.
What do you mean, Jeff?
Okay, okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm just saying, I see them all the time. I'm just saying.
United 561 inbound on the ILS runway 23.
United 561.
Southwest 73s are a dime a dozen. I'll attest.
Runway 23, you're clear to land.
Clear to land, number two, runway 23 for United 561, and we have the airport site.
Alright, Roger. And Southwest 620, contact departure, we'll see you.
Over to departure, great job tonight, see ya.
Thanks much.
Alright, he didn't give us the explicit switch, but we're VFR, so we don't really need to be given the explicit switch anyway. But we'll go ahead and contact 19-2 now.
And who's number 1 host for the runway?
On the 48.
Okay, and we can go ahead and pull the... We'll try and get leveled off at 3,000. Well, we'll do 3,500 since it looks like we got a little space with the cloud bases. I'll tell you what, let's get the fuel pump on. We'll switch it back over to the tips. So we're... Yeah, 23, 23, and bunch of fuel. Okay, no change. No change. Fuel pump off. Charleston departure, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, 5 southeast of Charleston Airport, 3,500.
Comanche 514 Delta Victor, Charleston departure, radar contact. Proceed on course, maintain VFR.
On course VFR 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so 22 on the manifold, 2200 on the RPMs, and 14 per hour on the fuel flow. Trim it to 3500. Make sure we're following the river. Okay, and then tip tanks are about 2/3 full, and main wing tanks are still showing 25-ish. I'm letting a little altitude slip off in the turn there. We'll get that fixed. Yeah, I don't want to go too much higher than 3,500. We're supposed to be 500 feet below the cloud bases. We're probably barely maintaining that. And then let's... So this is what I plotted out as far as our path. You know, loosely following the river. I'm kind of strictly following the river because at least I know we're above the terrain if we follow the river.
Envoy 4088 Charleston, departure radar contact. Clear direct the volunteer VOR, Victor X-ray Victor.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these points out. Okay, so it's going to be plotted like it's an absolute direct path. However, what I'm going to do then is every time I know where exactly I am, I'm going to put a line, a point showing that. And that's...
12 o'clock and 3 miles, altitude indicates 1,200.
Got to kind of keep a running tab on how much further we have to go.
Envoy 48, roger. Traffic should be no longer a factor.
I just asked him by the looks of it.
Roger. Envoy 48, contact Indy Center 126.57.
So yeah, right zag and the left zag. Yeah, so I think we're kind of right through this section here. Oh, we can hear that wind picking up again. Oh, Darth Dennis was our Jaeger clearance guy. Good to talk to you. I didn't realize it was you, but good to talk to you. You hear that wind blowing, guys. If 2024 does a better job of representing that, that really sounds threatening, doesn't it? That poor Southwest's flight plan wasn't updating. Yeah, I heard that it eventually... I was wondering if he just like made a typo in the origin airport, because that's, you know, I mean, we always say, hey, just make sure the call sign matches exactly. But that's at least part of the time people mess that up. They had made a typo in the origin airport, and since CRW isn't like completely intuitively Charleston, West Virginia, I was wondering if it was that. But then I heard you guys say right before I switched over that the problem was it had sent through as a VFR plan rather than an IFR plan. So that would definitely do it too. I didn't even think of that, but yeah. Whoopsie. Alright, so we're now above that second or third zag here. So we're somewhere like right in there. Darth Dennis says, I'm plane spotting with FSX, but you unfortunately came in as my default aircraft, which is the Trike, yeah. So I have realized tonight, Darth Dennis, that my model matching in the sim needs a lot of work. So I had ported over FSLTL from 2020, but we've commented on a number of streams now how a lot of those planes seem to have missing textures. They show up as that, you know, that bizarre checkerboard pattern of magenta. But then I realized that my default model matching set was not working. So what I have in Flight Sim 2020 is I have a list of like probably 150, 200 aircraft types, and for each of them I just matched them to the closest default model the sim has. And so that way, if FSLTL doesn't catch them and match them to something specific, my default rule catches it at the end and says, all right, well, if nothing else, just match it to the closest thing in size and type that we have, that's in the default set. Well, unfortunately, that did not automatically port over from 2020 to 2024. So then halfway through the stream tonight, I was like, all right, well, then I will manually port that over from 2020 to 2024. But I didn't think about the fact that the default model set in 2020 all have different names than the default model set in 2024. So all that did was create a bunch of errors. Yeah, and the Flyer Studios case in point, in 2020, I have all helicopter types that I could think of matched to the velocity gyro thing, right? Whatever it is, it doesn't look like a helicopter really, but it looks more like a helicopter than an A320 does. But tonight we were seeing you as an airliner. Yeah, we heard you. Flyer Studio says, I saw you a few times at Charleston. Yeah, we heard you. Hope everything went well. Sounded like you were having fun. Yeah, so I've let the altitude drift up to 4,500 here. Not a bad thing because of the terrain. However, we are starting to get into the bottom end of this misty cloud layer here, so I'm going to really have to trim down. You know, it doesn't really matter from a standpoint of a correct VFR cruising altitude. If you're within 3,000 feet of the ground, you don't really have to worry about that. Anything less than 3,000 AGL, you can kind of toss the VFR cruising altitude rules out the window. But what I do worry about is getting trapped between the terrain and the cloud bases. We're supposed to be 500 feet below cloud bases. I guarantee you right now we are not. Yeah, we did. That's exactly what we saw, yes. A320 or other smallish medium airliner. Alright, so how are we doing? So 22, whoops, wrong lever. 22 on the manifold. 22 on the RPMs is fine, 14 gallons. And let's pop down here and check our fuel. Yeah, still showing just slightly more than half in the tips. And we're not burning out of the mains at all right now. Okay, so what we see up here we should be coming up on the point where the Kanawha River turns north and west. North and west. And then the New River is what we will be following to the south and... I'm sorry, let me say it again with the directions correct. The Kanawha River will be turning north and east. Continuing south and east will be the New River. So I believe that's the point where we are now. The point where these two rivers meet. So I'm just going to put a point right there. And so generally speaking, we got 68 miles left to go. Now we got longer than that because we're not going to be proceeding direct there. Oh, and is that the New River Gorge Bridge? Gauley Bridge. Something fairly famous and noteworthy there that we're flying over. Yeah, look at that. That's gorgeous. It's the Gorge Bridge and it's gorgeous. Alright, we're flying southbound. Does that make sense? Maybe we might be here. Yeah, we might be actually here. If this is the bridge we just crossed over. Oops. little bit of a left bend and then a right bend. Yeah, okay. That's lining up. So that's where we are. Okay, so now we're back at 3,500, but we're hugging the terrain here. 22, 14. Fuel's looking good. Still following the river best as we can. And something like 60 miles left to our destination. So that's not bad. That's 20 minutes. And then we'll do one more trip. We're going to stop in Blacksburg, Virginia, and then we're going to head on down. We're going to pick up one remaining airport in the Charlotte area that's in the Atlanta Pilot Passport Challenge. Did we lose our approach, by the way? They still here? Or did the channel just go that quiet? Okay, we've got a sharp zag to the right. Okay, yeah, that's going to be this. So if we kind of turn southboundish, we don't have to follow every single zag of the river. But we should pick it back up on that side of the ridge. So that river's going to zag that way and then head that way. So we'll just hop the ridge here, pick it up on the other side. You guys be nice. Our slant artwork adventure, by the way, is underway. You know, we always start the stream by feeding a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to create an image that kind of loosely represents what we're up to. And since we were going to be flying right over Marshall University, we've had our furry co-pilots running down the field at the Marshall University Stadium. We then changed that to a red barn at the end of a holler. We still got the football field and the dogs running. We added David Putty from Seinfeld and our New Jersey Devils jersey running behind them. We added some cat cheerleaders, some feline cheerleaders dressed in Marshall University uniforms. And then we added Chuck Yeager to it as well, since we landed at Yeager Field. Let's see, we're going to the south and west now. Yeah, so I think we're following this, and then it will duck kind of back out to the south and east here on the left, next left bend. Let's just make sure, though. Let's kind of struggling to balance terrain and cloud cover. We got the follow there from Aviate, Navigate, Communicate. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. That's good advice, by the way. And looks like we've got cloud cover kind of breaking up to our left, so let's kind of turn to our left. It looks like that's generally the direction we want to head anyway. I mean, that is south and east. That is generally toward our destination. So let's follow that ridge south and east. It doesn't... I mean, I'd really like to follow the river, but if nothing else, we'll follow any ridge south and east, and we'll reorient ourselves once we get a little bit further away. Okay, there's a bend of the river there. Alright, so I feel a little bit better knowing that if we follow that around to the left, we're kind of following it. Anyway, we were talking about our slant artwork adventure. And the last thing we added was, since we landed at Charleston Airport, which is named after Chuck Yeager, we added Chuck Yeager to the mix. So we got the ferry co-pilots running right for us. We got Putty, we got Chuck, we got some cat cheerleaders, and we were at Marshall University's football field, but now we're in a nice little mountain holler. So there we've picked up the river again, and yeah, they took away the barn. I mean, they took away the stadium. A couple of the things that we've added have caused other things to kind of vanish. It's okay. It's an evolving image. It's a living, breathing document, as they say. Rookie wants to make an addition or modification to that. Go ahead go ahead for that. We're gonna have the Blue Angels flying over, Rookie? Okay.
November 514 Delta Victor, Washington Center's offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, 514 Delta Victor, thanks.
Departure hello, Baron 907, Sierra Papa climbing 6,400 for 9,000.
November 907 Sierra Papa, Charleston, departure radar contact, Thacker. And Delta 470.
So we're going to flip over to 26-9er, which is Roanoke approach. We're not quite in their airspace yet. And Blacksburg is a non-towered field, so when we get down there, it's not like we're going to have to get a landing clearance. We're just going to self-announce. 123.05 is the advisory frequency there, so 123.05. Let me get that kind of ready to go. So 26-9er, 23.05. And then let's recompute our position. Rookie, let me go ahead and get... Let me get ChatGPT working on that addition for you. And again, anyone else who wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure, it's 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. We are, yeah, Bed Dave says, I'm thinking of requesting the Hokey Bird on the field as well, as we are getting ready to land at Blacksburg, so it would be appropriate. So there's 5,500. I don't want to go any higher. Again, we're definitely probably not 500 feet below those cloud bases there, so we'll just try to stay a third of a mile away from it laterally as best as we reasonably can. 22. Oop, manifold pressure's decayed a little bit. 22, 22, and 14 gallons an hour. And then let's see if we can recompute our position here. If I had to guess, probably crossing this bridge right here. If we wanted to verify, we've got a VOR at Beckley on 117.7, right? That might be a DME only at this point. 117.7, so we can kind of verify if we're 10 miles east of Beckley. .6 east of Beckley. Yeah, and we're at 6,000 now. Let's get some altitude off. Alright, and we are at the point where we're at a little bit of a fork in the road here. So if we were at that bridge, then we're there. And we do kind of want to follow the fork to the left here. Yeah, so this will be Bluestone Lake that we're following down to the south and east. Oh, we got the barn back. That's weird. So we got the Blue Angels flying over. I have no idea what aircraft type that's supposed to be. But we got the barn back. Alright, we're 4,500. Let's stop the nosedive. Yeah, they got something new, right? What were those things? It's not Cali, it's the GPT-16, yeah, right? Alright, so we're following that to the south. Hang on. So if we give a reference to this VOR, what is that VOR? Bluefield 15.05. Which direction from Bluefield are we? We're 21 miles northeast of Bluefield, and we're getting to the part of this Bluestone Lake that's kind of in a flatter area. Alright, so Bet Dave, you're up. Let me know what you'd like to do, my friend. Alright, so let's get back up to cruise power 22 and 22. Let's point toward that little gap in the ridge up ahead. Let's try and level out at 5,000, and then let's check in with Roanoke approach. Yeah, Space Force took over the demo squad, right? Well, they are UFOs, aren't they? They were definitely unidentified. Alright, so 22, 22, and 14. Fuel check on the tips still above half. Let's make sure both. Yeah, both above half. And we are going to say. Yeah, we have no clue what they are. I don't think they're anything. We're just going to call ourselves 20 northeast of Bluefield. What the heck was it called? Bluefield. Roanoke approach, Comanche 514 Delta Victor VFR request.
514 Delta Victor, Roanoke approach, let's hear.
Yes, we are 20 miles northeast, Bluefield VOR, 5,200 descending and looking for flight following down to Blacksburg.
Roger, 4 Delta Victor, IDEM.
IDEM, 514 Delta Victor.
Package 514 Delta Victor, radar contact position as reported. You can proceed on course, maintain VFR.
We'll proceed on course, maintain VFR 514 Delta Victor. Our previous controller had us squawking 1431. Did you just want us to keep that?
Hey, firm, that's fine.
I'll try. Do the hokey bird. Alright, so there's 5,500. Seems like we're okay with cloud cover. 22, 22. Well, it's 22-ish. 22, 22, and 14. Can we see this ridge? Yeah, we're almost certainly coming through, like right here somewhere. So let's just follow the river. It's going to kind of break off to the east.
Run approach, Twin Diamond 246, Charlie Fox.
Over 246 Charlie Fox, you're out Roanoke approach loop.
Yeah, 246 Charlie Fox on the ground, Blacksburg, IFR, Lynchburg.
I-6 Charlie Fox, clear Lynchburg Airport, the radar vectors part filed. Maintain 7,000, departures with me, squawk 536.
The other thing we can do if we really want to cheat, and we can, we got the VO, an NDB called Tech on frequency 368. We can kind of, I mean, I think it looks like we're pointing right up here toward this direction. The river follows that direction, follows that ridge. But let's go ahead and tune in 368 on the ADF, and we'll see if we're pointed right toward it. This needle will tell us. Three, I said. 68. Swap that in. Okay, yeah, we're pointed right toward it. It's a manually rotating card there, so and really honestly doesn't matter. If we get it pointed straight up, then we'll know we're headed right toward it. We want another cross check. We got the Pulaski VOR, and if we are, looks like an 8, like it's 070 off of Pulaski, then we'll know that we're pretty close to it. really honestly, as we clear these couple of ridges, it's going to be kind of buried right in there. Alright, well, let's figure out what we want in terms of landing direction there. We got a 13 and 31. Let's see if we can get a read on the weather. KBCB. 290 at 6, so we're going to land on 3-1, it looks like. I'm going to set the green arrow to 3-1 because we're using the yellow arrow to, you know, navigate toward. Well, I'll tell you what, we're not really using the VOR anymore. We got the NDB that's pointing us right in the right direction. So we got the arrows pointed in a 13 to 31 orientation, so that kind of gives us a clue of the runway orientation. We know from the NDB arrow that we're kind of running right toward the airport. Is that it right up ahead? There? I think that might be it right there. Field elevation there is 2,120. So we're going to start a little bit of a descent here. Approach Comanche 514 Delta Victor. You can confirm our destination is about 11 to 12 o'clock, 15 miles or so.
It'll be at 12 o'clock at about 9 miles.
Okay, yeah, we got it in sight.
Perfect. You want to go ahead and switch over to CTOP?
Yeah, we can go ahead and drop flight following. Cancel flight following for us.
Alright, 4 Delta Victor, no traffic observed between you and the field. Squawk VFR, ready to service terminated, frequency change approved, we'll see you.
Alright, frequency change approved, 514 Delta Victor, we'll see you. Okay, 2305. We're going to change to squawk 1200. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is about 10 mile left downwind for runway 31. We're at 4,500 descending, 5,500 descending. Blacksburg. So we got a lot of altitude to lose. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We will know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next is going to be pulled on Friday, by the way, so this is our last night to get entries into the landing rate raffle. I'm going to spin the props up faster. That's going to help us slow down. Once we get to 150, we'll get the gear out. That will help us slow down. Once we get the gear out, we can actually back the power all the way off without it yelling at us. But Dave, we got the image. I will show you the result here as soon as we get down on the ground. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is now 4,000 descending and just coming up on the 2 miles short of the field for left downwind runway 31 full stop Blacksburg. Okay, mix and props full. We'll go ahead and get the fuel pump on. We got 2 notches of flaps in. We got 1 more notch to go. And yeah, all the lights on. Okay, lights are on. No one's home. It's a kind of a tricky approach to the left to the runway 31. Kind of come around that hill there. We said the field elevation was 21, so if we get to 31, then we're at our pattern elevation. Nice long runway, though. We can kind of cut a short base in ahead of that hill Yeah, now we did the bad sim pilot thing. We descended into the pattern. Really don't want to do that. That's a good way to... I mean, at a real airport with real traffic and real other planes in and out of it, you know, that's a good way to kind of come down on top of somebody, particularly if you're in a low wing and they're in a high wing. So descending into the traffic pattern is a bad idea. You want to be at traffic pattern altitude when you're entering the pattern laterally. That's the safest way to do it, but it's VATSIM, so we can get away with it. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left down. Want to beam the FAR numbers for the... We're going to turn it in short base for the full stop runway 31, Blacksburg. Keep the predictions coming, guys. We're going to cut it in nice and short here to avoid the terrain on the southeast side of the field. So keep the predictions coming. As soon as I start the base turn, that's kind of your last call. Okay, there's our final notch of flaps. Virginia Tech below us. I assume this is all Virginia Tech here, or much of it. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's left base to, left downwind to short left base, Blacksburg. Oh, let's watch. We're way too slow here. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's short left base to final now, runway 31, full stop, Blacksburg. Okay, so we're not going to put it quite on the numbers. We're going to land it a little long, but I just wanted to turn short of the terrain here. We got plenty of runway. We're okay. I love how the taxiway is marked closed. How else are you supposed to get there? A little bit of a skim and skip, as is my habit in this aircraft. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 31, Blacksburg. Alright, flaps, strobe, landing lights, pitot, and fuel pump off. Alright, one more leg to go. Yeah, it's almost 11. Yeah, we'll do it. Why not? Alright, let's hold the brakes all the way in. Get the parking brake on. There we are. Okay. Throttle to 1,000. Mix leaned out right to the point where it starts to drop. Okay, there we are. Alright. Let's look at my predictions first, followed by yours. My predictions have to do with the flight time and fuel estimate. We said that this leg would end at 10:56, and it's 10:45. We should have 333 pounds of fuel left. We'll convert that into gallons and we'll check. It's 333 divided by 6. So we should have 55 gallons left to go. Oh, I did not. Should have switched over to the fullest tanks for landing. We're still running off the tips. So that's a little bit of a mistake there. But between the tips, they're both half. They're 15-gallon tanks, so between the two of them, half full, 15 gallons. And then here we've got 15, 22, say 25, 25, 50, and then another 15. So we've got 65. I think we said we were supposed to have 55. So we got 10 extra gallons. It'll be more fuel efficient than I thought we were going to be. Timing-wise, is working out fine. And let's see how we did in terms of the landing rate predictions. So descent rate at the moment, the wheels touch runway surface. Oh, at least it didn't register any bounces this time, so that's good. Of course, I literally had the power all the way out. 65 is the number that registered. Of course, you have to disregard the G's. The A2A AccuSim flight model injects from external to the sim, and whatever process that causes, it messes up the G reading here. But 65 is the number that registered. Pretty respectable. We got a possible tie. Okay, we'll look at it. That's fine. I can award more than one. We got guesses of 88, 43, 68, which is 3 above, 81, 72, 15, 62, which is 3 below. So yeah, it's not Julio gets a ticket for the 62, and Bed Dave for the 68. So there you go. That's all right. The drawing will always sort it out. When we draw the ticket on Friday, one of you will win. It may or may not be one of you that just got that entry, but both of you will not win. So karma will sort it out in terms of who really deserved it. It's not Halil. And we are at KBCB on 128. And Bed Dave. KBCB on 128. All right, very good. We got one more flight to do. We're going to head down to Lake Norman. And so real quick, well, first of all, let me show you the slant artwork adventure. Oh, we got the raid coming in from Scotty Too Hottie. Well, this will be perfect timing, as we got one leg left to go. Thank you so kindly for the raid, and everyone coming over from Scotty Too Hottie channel. Yeah, we've been doing some general aviation flying tonight in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We had an event called Mountains Till Morning, Indy and Atlanta, featuring all these airports. Now, not all of these airports have towers, but we landed at a few of the towered ones. And we're now making our way. We're doing a little side quest here at the end. I'll show you a little bit more information on that in a moment. But the Atlanta and Indy ARTCCs staffed up for this very GA-oriented event tonight, and we got great service from all the Indy controllers. We didn't actually touch any of Atlanta's airspace, although that is about to change. We are currently talking with the Roanoke control. Actually, we're talking to ourselves on the Common Traffic Advisory frequency for Blacksburg. Well, we were talking to a Roanoke controller, and we'll pick up flight following from them once we are once again airborne. But yeah, we were flying along in this Mountains Till Morning event. They had all these fields. They had a bingo card associated with that. I wasn't participating in that portion of it, but we did stop at 3 of the towered airports that were featured in that, and then our side quest, which I'll show you more about. We decided to leave Charleston up here, and then we followed the Kanawha River and the New River down here to Blacksburg. The reason we are here at Blacksburg is because our final trek is going to take us to one of the most eastern remaining airports on the Atlanta ARTCC's Pilot Passport Challenge. So we got this Pilot Passport Challenge. I'll log in. You guys know who I am, so none of that stuff's information you don't already know. We got the passport book. We've got the Bug Smasher, the corporate pilot list, and the airline captain list. The airline captain list we've actually completed. But anytime you visit one of these airports on VATSIM, it automatically stamps your book. This Bug Smasher list we have not completed too many of. But since we were here for this area of the country anyway. This 14 Alpha, this Lake Norman, is really not too far, but we realized it's about 160 miles south and east of Charleston. So we decided to add in this pit stop here at Blacksburg, but at this point we are KBCB to 14 Alpha. That's going to be our final trek of the evening. So another 100-mile trip down to the south and west. We depart Blacksburg. We're going to pick up the river and then kind of pick up Interstate 77 is what we're going to do. We're going to follow Interstate 77 all the way down to Lake Norman. So that'll be our plan. Let's see if we can kind of, so a general direction of travel when we leave Blacksburg will be, you know, down to this point here. So that'll be a 30-mile 236 and then 75 miles south along, you know, loosely along Interstate 77. I mean, these points don't really reflect it, but something basically like that will get us the rest of the way down. So that's our final trip of the night. Yeah, it's going to run with a little bit of a later stream than we normally do. Blake says, I can't even escape navlogs. Yeah, well, I tell you what, we kind of do the navlog loosely. You know, we just basically get a little bit of dead reckoning so we get an idea of the heading and mileage. I don't really, you know, we do more pilotage than dead reckoning, so these are just really cross-references. I'm mostly just looking out the window for the landmarks and such. So I don't do like a strict navlog like I would if I was in the real world. We just kind of wing it. Navlogs by hand are my mortal enemy. Now we do it all on SkyVector. SkyVector does a lot of the hard work for us. Anyway, so yeah, that's our last trek of the night. So we got probably another hour left to go. So those of you joining from the Scotty to Hottie raid and anybody else that's jumping in on the channel, certainly appreciate you being here. We're in the Piper Comanche from A2A Simulations, wonderfully simulated airplane here in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, and we just started flying it in 2024 just a few weeks ago. So we just transitioned from 2020 to 2024. We also have on this channel an activity that we call Slant Artwork Adventure. At the beginning of the stream, I feed a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it create an image that loosely represents what we're doing tonight. And when I upload this flight to YouTube later, that becomes the thumbnail. So we generate an image that's loosely related to what we're doing. I had my dogs running down the field at Marshall University because the first stop we flew to was Huntington, West Virginia, right over top. We flew right over top of Marshall University. So I had the dogs running down the field at Marshall University. We've then added a whole bunch of stuff to it. We changed it to a barn and a holler. We added some feline cheerleaders just in Marshall University colors. We added Putty from Seinfeld dressed up in the New Jersey Devils outfit. That's a little bit of an in-joke. We added Chuck Yeager since we landed at Charleston, West Virginia, which is named after Chuck Yeager. We added him to the picture. Since we're here in Blacksburg now, we got the Hokey Bird. And we got the Blue Angels flying over, although I'm not sure what exact kind of aircraft that is depicted as doing that formation flight for the Blue Angels. That's something new. I guess, you know, Skunkworks had something in the works for the Blue Angels to fly that they haven't really publicly released yet, but here they are unveiling it right over top of our pickup football game somewhere in the mountains. But anyway, if you want to get in on that, the way to participate is to go to the bottom of the chat panel. You've got the Alphabets points, aka the Twitch channel points. If you rack up 500 of those, you can cash those in. Hit the little button next to the alphabet serial icon. Cash in 500 of those. That puts you in the queue. And then when I call your name, you can suggest what you would like to add to that image or modify about that image. There, we call that our Slant Artwork Adventure. Yeah, I've seen the Blue Angels fly. Those planes look slightly off. Yeah, we were saying that earlier, Tim Dog. I'm not quite sure what model aircraft those are supposed to be. At any rate, let's do a little bit of calibration and get rocking and rolling here. So Blacksburg, let's update the METAR. KBCB. So it is up. Yep, it is a slightly updated observation 290 at 3 knots now. 3007 is the altimeter. We can adjust that. Yeah, that's well down from where we were. So right about there. Field elevation is showing what 2100. Is that accurate? I think that's what we called out as we were making our way in. Yeah, 2,119 feet. What the wind was, what now? 2903, so we're going to take off on runway 31, and that'll put us out here. We'll make a left, kind of a left crosswind to turn out on course. And yeah, let's go. Let's see the directional gyro. So we're parked facing about a 034. Oh yeah, we let that get way out of calibration there. So right about there. 3-1. Yeah, we said. Yep, that's fine. So 3-1, and then we said about a 240 is on course. So we'll get that cranked down to there. Let's go ahead and get flaps and trim set for departure. Flaps, and we'll crank trim down until it's neutral. All right, our common traffic advisory frequency here is 123.05. Let's double check and make sure. Oh, here we are. Yep, 123.05. And then if Roanoke approach is still on, no, it looks like they've hopped off. Let's verify that on VATSIM radar. Oh, that says it's still on. So he might have just hopped off, or it's not showing up in the pilot client for whatever reason. 126.9. So we'll... Oh, never mind, he's gone. But it looks like we can get flight following maybe from Atlanta Center, 3297. So we'll check in with Atlanta Center, 3297. Yeah, if they're here for the event, their published event is about to end as well. So if he was here just for the event, he's about to leave as well. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, had to hop off. No, Victan, no problem, man. No problem. Good to talk to you. Thank you. Okay, let's get going. Parking brake is off, and we're going to depart 3-1. So we're going to depart. We're going to taxi out in a 1-3 direction. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's taxiing out to runway 31 for a VFR South westbound departure, Blacksburg. Oh, so this is the closed taxiway portion. Oh well. It's open as far as I'm concerned. Although now I realize why it might be closed. Blacksburg traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 31. We're going to turn out left crosswind south and westbound for VFR. Blacksburg. Strobes, landing, pitot and fuel pump. Mix is full. And takeoff power is coming at you. Okay, a little bit of right rudder in, so we'll be ready on the left aileron when we lift off. There comes 80. Okay, there we are. Hold the gear until we're sure we're not going to need to return to that pavement. Okay, I'm sure I'm not going to need to return to that page. Gears coming up. Ideally, we'll wait till we have at least 400 feet below us. So 2,500. Okay, then we'll start that gentle turn. Go ahead and get the flaps in. Fuel pump off. Let's gently roll out of the rudder input. And gently roll into the south and westbound turn here. Pitch to about 105. And I think 3,500 is probably fine. Well, technically we're south and westbound, so 4,500 would be ideal. But since we're within 3,000 of the ground, 3,500 is fine. We'll do that. The only reason I don't want to go higher is because of the cloud bases. So 22 on the manifold. .22 on the RPMs. We took off basically 11 on top on the nose Eastern time. So in terms of calculating approximate distances, we'll use that. So 22 on the manifold, 22 on the RPMs, 14 on the mix, 14 gallons an hour. I think we should be switching from mains to tips, but I think we left it in tips accidentally, so yeah, we're going to just leave it in tips continued. Fuel pump I did get off. Okay, good. Alright, let's level it at 4,000. It's, you know, it's VFR cruising altitude, so you think, well, 4,500 would be better. Well, can we do 45 without scraping clouds here? I don't know. Let's keep it at 4. I think I might have to sneeze. Hold on one second. Alright. Fortunately got to the mute button before that happened, so. Might have another one coming, though. Alright, well, 4,500 looks like it's going to be okay, so we'll just level it at that. The sim looks really good, Sister. Yeah, it really does. So I've been very happy with my migration from 2020 to 2024. Those of you who are brand new to the stream, we've just recently migrated from 2020 to 2024. I've been waiting for the newer sim to be reportedly and reputedly stable and predictable, with no major bugs or platform crashes or other oddities, quirks, glitches. And then we were also kind of waiting for our favorite aircraft, our favorite add-on aircraft to finally get ported over to the new sim. So that took a while as well. But finally we've gotten everything transitioned over. And we are indeed flying in Flight Sim 2024 exclusively except for Saturday. Tim Dog's closing up and heading to bed. Okay, yeah, I wonder if that center controller's still going to be on. I kind of doubt it, but appreciated talking to you earlier, Tim. Thank you. Same to you, Novix, as well. Darth Dennis, if you're still here, appreciate your service as well. Hope that y'all had a good event up there in Atlanta and Indy. CB Flyer, probably you were controlling somewhere, although I don't think I was anywhere near you. Don't you control for Atlanta? Anyway, we'll see if the center controller's still hanging out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those points out But at whatever point we know we are somewhere specific, like I know I'm right over top of that right now. So then this will then have the effect of counting down our time, our distance remaining. We're not quite over that, but we're almost over that. So by the time we get over that, you know, we got 88 miles left to go. And since the cloud bases are letting us, I think I'm going to just kind of trim down. We'll get back to 4,500. And then we'll see if we can check in with Atlanta Center. Where would we would call ourselves 5 miles southeast of Pulaski VOR. We can kind of verify that. 116.8. Seven miles southeast of Pulaski VOR. Oh, you weren't controlling, but you were one of the reasons for my extended downwind. No, you don't need to apologize, man. Alright, so let's, oh, I don't even think I ever called that I was clear of that runway. Oh well. I guess if they haven't heard me call anything in 6 or 7 minutes, they'll assume I'm gone.
Rocket clear to land 360.
Let's see if Atlanta Center's going to stay on.
American 3135, request push to start.
At your discretion.
Push on discretion, 3137.
Level 1547, contact Indy 128.22.
Indy Center 128.22, United 1547.
No, all aircraft in this direction, see Atlanta Center is closed, frequency change approved, yeah.
Okay, well that answers that question.
Thank you very much, man, appreciate it.
Alright, so we're on just generic en route advisories. Oh, CB says, yeah, fair enough. I never sign up for weeknight events because I can't get on until my son goes to bed, so I can't commit. That's fair. I don't have that problem. My kids may or may not be in bed, but my closest one is about 1,200 miles away. My next closest one is about 2,000 miles away. Both of them at least 1 and 2 possibly time zones to the west. One of them 1 time zone to the west, one of them another time zone to the west. So yeah, I have a I don't have that issue. Alright, but anyway, so here we are tracking Claytor, not Crater Lake, not Clayton Lake, Crater Lake, because that is a total sensible name. Crater Lake, down to the south and west. We knew that leg was going to go about 30 miles, and then we're going to want to pick up Interstate 77. A 150 knots, and of course we're showing 170 miles an hour. That's about 150 knots, which is about 2.5 miles a minute. So if we're going 30 miles, then how many minutes is that going to take us? 12? Yeah, 12 minutes. Because 12 times 2 is 24. 12 times a half is 6. 24 and 6 is 30. So 12 minutes, and we departed right at the top of the hour, basically. Maybe 1 minute after. So maybe another 3 minutes or so. We'll be getting to the kind of the tail end of Claytor Lake. We'll be getting back into where it returns to being the new river. And then we should see an interstate right to left. You know, kind of coming at us right to left and headed southbound. So we'll turn, at that point, we'll turn to follow it to the south. Yeah, okay, CB says mine's 9, but I was controlling Sunday night because schools were closed due to the ice. So there you go. Yep, these are considerations I had once upon a time, a long time ago. So we're going to level it out at 4,500. We got a nice gentle descent going. We'll level it at 4,500. Manifold pressure can come up to 22. RPMs can come down just a notch to 22. Fuel flow at 14. So the tips are reading just less than half. So honestly, so fuel flow is 14 gallons an hour. And we got about 14 gallons left in the tip tanks, because these are 15-gallon tanks. So we got 15 gallons times half times 2. Right? So that equals 15. But it's a little less than half, so we'll say it maybe equals 14. And we're burning 14 gallons an hour. So the tip tank should be empty about an hour from now. And I don't think it's going to take us an hour to get to our destination. So we've really overfueled this plane. I don't know why I calculated that we were going to need that crazy high of a fuel load. But better to have too much than not enough, I suppose. Alright, so at some point, so we got a little bit of a stream coming off to the left, but at some point in the next, any second now, we should be seeing a highway. Oh, did we pass it? Did that highway come down and cross behind us? I don't know. Is this it here? Should be a fairly major highway. It's Interstate 77, so it should be a fairly major highway. It might be this here. Okay, so as I'm looking, as we parallel the lake, there is a highway paralleling us to the right. So that I feel like I do see. And then ahead there should be a highway that comes down to the left, and then we'll look for this Twin County Airport. Okay, so I do I have an interstate here crossing to our left? Feel like maybe yes. And then there's our airport. So the interstate will come down and pass just to the left of this airport. So if that's this, yeah, I think that's what we're looking at here. Oh, we're not landing there. We're passing there. We're heading down to Lake Norman. This is just a landmark we're using to ascertain our position. So if we're there, we still got 76 miles to destination. But I would say that's a... I take it back. Well, you have to, because that's the rules. But I would say that's our interstate. And the 2024 does a really good job of putting traffic on that interstate, doesn't it? Although it looks like we're looking at static images of that traffic. But I did see some moving. Yeah, there we go. We got some moving down there. So we got a combination of static traffic image from the images and then moving traffic being superimposed on top. And yep, then the highway comes right down past the airport. Since we're going to be passing kind of right over this airport, it's 120. Oh, that's good. Traffic is 122.8 there anyway. Twin County traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's overflying north to south. We're paralleling the runway west of the field by about a mile. We're at 4,500, proceeding southbound, Twin County. Now on VATSIM, was that necessary? Probably not. I doubt there's anybody there. But since we're flying like right in the traffic pattern, figured it wouldn't hurt to call. Now the field elevation there's 2,700 feet. So the traffic should be at 3,700 feet. So we should be 800 feet above traffic pattern altitude. However, never hurts to make a call for everyone's awareness. Rookie, does VATSIM simulate radio signal distance? Yes, except. Yes, except. So VATSIM does. The higher up you are, the better line of sight you have. No, the radio simulation is all done within the vPilot, Strudel. That's all done over the network. So the higher up you are, the better line of sight you have, the greater distance your radio signal travels. They very recently started playing with terrain occlusion with that, but I don't know if that feature was tested and taken back down or tested and left up and running or not. So there may or may not be terrain occlusion with that line of sight. However, because at the time the voice system was built, this is in 2019 when it replaced the old voice system. When that newer, but now 9-year-old voice system was built, 22.8 was still a universal advisory frequency to be used in all unstaffed and non-towered situations. Common traffic advisory frequency to a local extent was not in use yet. So 122.8, because everybody in a non-staff situation was supposed to be using it, they artificially limited the range of that to 30 miles. So 122.8 is the exception. All other radio frequencies are propagated approximately with line of sight, but that may or may not include terrain occlusion. So hopefully that answers your question. A simple question with a complicated answer, but hopefully you got it. Now Strudel says, does XPilot, no. XPilot and VPilot and all of the air traffic control clients, they all have the same exact voice system. It's not SIM specific, it's not client specific. They all have basically that same, it's called Audio for VATSIM, AFV. They all have that exact same module built in. So whether it's VPilot, whether it's XPilot, whether it's Swift, whether it's CRC, whether it's Euroscope, You know, whether it's VRC, whether it's VATSIS. It's all using the same protocol for the voice system on the same voice server. So radio range is simulated the same exact way for across all clients. So AJ Scott says, the problem I've seen with line of sight radio calls, you hear someone 1 mile away the same as 100 with no signal degradation. That's not true on VATSIM, or shouldn't be. Now, in the real world, you can get like weird atmospheric skips and stuff like that. All of a sudden, somebody 500 miles away sounds crystal clear. But on VATSIM, there is distance-related degradation. Yeah, that's and AJ, what happens a lot of times is if you have one center controller that's controlling aircraft across an entire 500-mile sector, you will hear them talking to pilots that you cannot hear respond. But then you'll hear the controller give a follow-up message, so it'll be obvious that they are talking, you just can't hear them. Those are the ones that are so far away that the signal has degraded to the point where they're completely out of your range. But the ones that are just in the fringe of your range, yeah, they will sound really crackly and staticky. Now, in terms of center, the controller, AJ, one thing that happens is the controllers, of course, they have, you know, similar to what they have in the real world, the controllers are often transmitting from multiple towers across their airspace. So their signal seems like it travels more, but it travels more because they have more than one transceiver. The signal's not actually traveling through that air the whole distance. That's the multiple transceivers. So you get out of range of one, you get into range of another. But the pilots that are further away, yeah, they should sound crackly if they're not really near you. And they can and they do. I mean, if you watch tonight's stream back, there were some examples of that. We got a fork in the road. Yogi Bear always says, if you come across a fork in the road, you should take it. Which way are we going, guys? Are we this far down already? I don't think we're that far down. We can't be. Whoops. Well, if that's the case, we're going to take kind of bear to the right here. I don't think we're that far down. I've been yammering along for so long, I really don't know. Yeah, right. CB, I know. Bear left. Frog right. Yeah. Kermit! Alright, well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, we can look over to our left and see if we can maybe see this Mount Airy Airport. Kind of just down, follow the road down. It might be too far to pick it out. Alright, well, let's stick close to this. We know we're going in approximately the right direction. Let's stick close to this. Let's see if we can pick up maybe a nearby VOR. I don't want to wander too far. You know, we're already, it's already 11:30. I'm past my normal wrap-up time here. What do we have in terms of any kind of nav aids? Like nothing even close. Let's see if we can pick up Barrett's Mountain VOR. 1375. Uh, 1375. But whatever we were just on... Okay, so we do have that in. So that's good. Whatever we were just on, we were receiving that also. But I'll tell you what, now that we got that, we can kind of cheat. We can put in a point-bearing distance reference off of Barrett's Mountain VOR, and it'll just plot it for us. So the last time we knew where we were way up here. Let's figure out where we are in terms of Barrett's Mountain. We are outbound from Barrett's Mountain on what? Wherever it centers, that's where we are. Oh, and I guess before we do any of that, let's do a calibration of our directional gyro, shall we, so we don't confuse ourselves here. Let's steer slightly left until that is reading exactly at 210. Oh, we're not that far off. Yeah, just slightly right of a 210, just slightly right of a 210. Oh, wow. Well, maybe it's a degree off or so. Surprised that normally by now that should have been way further off. Unless I accidentally calibrated at 10 left and it's now drifted back on. That's possible. I can't say that's never happened before. But anyway, so the directional gyro is looking good. We're steering at 210. We're reading at 210. I mean, maybe. Yeah, 213, 214. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. All right, so we are away from Barrett's Mountain VOR on a 044 and 36 miles. So Barrett's Mountain, BZM. Watch this, guys. BZM 044036. Where is that point? Okay, so we should be coming right over top of this Elkin Municipal just any minute now. Oh, and there we are. So the good news is we are following the interstate we thought we were. I know, rookie, isn't that great? You know, and if you were on a paper chart, you could do the same thing, right? You would just have to plot it, you know, with a ruler. You know, so the distance from the center of the VOR to the edge of the compass rose is 10 miles. So you go 10, another 20, 30, 40, puts you out here. Well, 36 is what it was, right? So 10, 20, 30, and then another 6. And then you just have to make sure your ruler is correct on the right radial. But you could do that on a paper and pencil chart also. What are we meant to follow? Where are we following this? Yeah, we don't. We didn't want to be going west. Hey, I've never seen the sun come up in the west. The difference, CB, is that when they're looking at a map going, why don't we follow this blue line? And Kermit says, we can't follow the blue line. The blue line's a river. But we actually can follow the blue line, so. Alright, so anyway, where were we? We were right on top of Elkin Municipal. So 44 miles to go. That's not bad. 44 miles. And if we're doing 2.5 miles a minute, so what's that? Yeah, I follow rivers. Yeah, I follow rivers, I follow roads. What we'd like to say, Rookie 31st, is gotta cue the rim shot for this one. What we'd like to say, Rookie 31st, is that we're VFR today. We are vaguely following a route. Alright, but 44 miles ago, 43 miles ago, what's 2.5? 2.5 into 44 is what? I've never heard that one, but that sounds like most of my flights, he says. Yeah, well, you know. Stick around on our channel, you'll see it's the same. So if we were going 18 minutes, 18 again would be 36, and then another 9. 45. So 17 minutes, 17 and 17 and 34. And then another 8. 42. Yeah, those 17 minutes. Okay, so quarter till the hour. We should be more or less on top of our destination. I feel like we can maybe see like the beginnings of Lake Norman up here. We got a fairly large body of water dead ahead. How was Charleston, Bugsy? Charleston was good. Charleston was nice and busy. They had a lot of good traffic there. They had a couple guys in the pattern, one helicopter in the pattern. They had a good amount of traffic coming and going, and a good mix. Some Southwest flights. They had biz jets. They had a couple other props. Now, what we found all night, Bugsy, is that my model matching in this sim is pretty substandard. I do have FSLTL ported over from Flight Sim 2020, but there's a lot of missing textures for some reason, so we're seeing a lot of magenta checkerboarded airplanes. Yeah, there was a blimp earlier. Yeah, someone said that, and I didn't get a chance to look at it. Look for it on VATSIM radar. So we're seeing a lot of checkerboarded airplanes, and then my generic model matching set from Flight Sim 2020 didn't automatically port over. And then when I manually ported over, I realized that all the default models that are in Flight Sim 2020 are named other things in Flight Sim 2024. It's a different set of default models. So I'm going to have to go through, get the names of the default models in 2024, and do a new version of that rule that matches those GA types to default models. So I got some work to do on the whole model matching thing, probably a weekend project for me. But in terms of the controllers on VATSIM and the traffic that was there, pretty good night, pretty fun. Seemed pretty seemed pretty busy and hectic. Alright, tell you what, let's do one more peek at our Slant artwork adventure. Guys, if you're new to the channel or haven't been to the channel in a while, we've resurrected an old activity we started a couple months ago now, which we call Slant Artwork Adventure. Oh, I gotta check. Yeah, we're starting to get down to it in terms of the tip tank fuel load. Okay, I'll tell you what, before I fall out of the sky, let's go fuel pump on. We're burning 14 gallons an hour. Let's go right side to the main. Okay, we're still at 14 an hour. Left side to the main. Still at 14 an hour. Okay, so we're good. Fuel pump can come off. And still at 14 an hour. Alright, so the tip tanks are nearly empty. I mean, we got maybe a couple gallons left in those, and we're going to go back to burning the wing tanks. Alright, so Slant Artwork Adventure. So this is an activity we tried a year and a half ago or so. We had a different art generator. It wasn't as good. We're now using ChatGPT. And so what we do at the beginning of the stream, we feed a sentence into ChatGPT to have it generate an image that's roughly representative of what we're going to be up to that night. We'll talk about what I did tonight in just a moment. But then once I show the image, you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, to put yourself in the queue. And then when I call your name, you can suggest what we should add to or modify within that image. All right? So because our first stop was at Marshall University, or at, Huntington, which is right there next to Marshall University, we started with an image of my furry co-pilots, our 3 dogs, running down the field at the Marshall University football stadium. We've then added a ton of stuff to that. We've changed the locale of it. Of course, we stopped at Charleston, which is called Chuck Yeager Field, so we added Chuck Yeager. Jet Pilot Cinnamon was bitching about the New Jersey Devils, so we added David Putty from Seinfeld wearing a Devils jersey. We added some kitty cat cheerleaders, Marshall cheerleaders, and then we took the whole thing and we put it in with a red barn and a mountain holler in West Virginia. And then we added the Blue Angels doing a flyover, but I have no idea what kind of aircraft these guys are flying in. This is the Blue Angels from 3026, not 2026. And we added the Hokey Bird because we stopped at Blacksburg also. So there we go. There's our slant artwork adventure. If you want to add to that, go ahead and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and let me know what you would like to do to keep that project rolling. Lake Norman Air Park, common traffic advisory frequency 122.8, which is good. We'll just leave it on where we are now. And Lake Norman is, well, I'll tell you what, if we were going to do it as a reference off of the Charlotte VOR, Lake Norman is on a 011 and 26 miles. So that will help us kind of judge distance. That VOR is on what frequency? 115.0. Whoops. And what did I say? 115.0. Oh, and we're not getting any kind of distance reading off of that. Meantime, I feel like we're pretty close to it. Well, let's do it this way. Let's back that out. I think we're crossing this intersection of 77 and 40 right now. If that's the case, we're only 12 miles north of our destination. The field elevation there is 839. Right click, and so it's a runway 1432. We're going to land on 3-2 because the wind at Statesville is 280 at 3. So let's drop the power out. Start spinning the props up. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor. It's about 10 miles north, 4,600 descending. We're going to enter a left downwind for runway 32, Lake Norman. So 800. So we're going to go to 1,800. And we're going to enter a left downwind. Going to end up there. We need to end up there. We need to end up there. So we need to kind of run out to the right now. And follow that longer tributary in from the northwest. Yeah, Rookie's got it right. You guys can start putting in some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate. At the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that on this channel. Just a number, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the speed's actually getting down lower than I need it to at the moment. We'll add some power back in. Don't quite see the airport yet, but we kind of know that if we catch this longest tributary and follow it in on a 150, we're going to end up kind of on a straight up downwind for it. So we'll be looking. Alright, why am I not able to move that sky vector map now? Did I freeze? No, okay. So my sim is not frozen, but sky vector is. Okay, that's letting me move now. Alright, so if I come in from this, and then left downwind, left base, left turn final. There's not an airport diagram there, but I do have an RNAV approach diagram. That at least will tell me what to expect in terms of the taxiway layout. Oh, so if we land on 3-2, we'll have to back taxi, come all the way back to the beginning of it. Okay, so that's good to know. Let's do one more quick calibration of the directional gyro. I'm going to point it at a 250. Yeah, we're flying a 245, so I'll crank it back 5 degrees. Let's detune the VOR completely. Oh. Change it to something that we're not using. It's a 14 and 32, so I'm going to just set that way so that we have a visual references to the runway heading. Alright, and then we're on. We're kind of perpendicular to it now. So if we look straight off of our left wing, we should spot it. Somewhere buried in here. I mean, it's right on the peninsula that kind of, the big thumb-shaped peninsula that kind of sticks out. So right here, maybe? Kind of on the far side. Alright, so I don't know. Oh, is this it right here? Yeah, I think that's it right there. Yeah, that's going to be it there. Okay, well, we've got some altitude to lose. It's at 800. We want to be at 1800. We'll go ahead and get the gear and first notch of flaps out. That'll allow us to kind of go into a fairly low-powered descent. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's about 3 miles west. We are 3,000 descending. We're going to enter a left downwind for a full stop, runway 32, Lake Norman. Alright, friends, yep, so keep those predictions coming. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative, with or without the minus sign. We know that you mean a descent rate either way. No bot command necessary for that either. And the closest predictor to the actual is going to get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle. We pull toward the end of every single month, and the next one is going to be pulled 2 days from now on Friday. Alright, so 1800 is pattern altitude, and we're kind of descending into the pattern again. We really should have been at pattern altitude before we got this close to the airport. You know, but again, we're on VATSIM. There's probably no other traffic here. We're okay. It's just not advisable to do it that way. We got closer to the airport before I really realized. Again, I was kind of yammered on, not really paying attention to where we were, what we were doing. And I am supposed to be on 122.8, right? Is that Lake Norman? 122.8, yep. Alright, so there's 18, and we're call it 1900. Go ahead and put the second notch of flaps in. We'll go ahead and get the fuel pump on. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's left downwind, essentially midfield here for runway 32 full stop, Lake Norman. Alright, turn-in point is going to be kind of that warehouse cluster there, or whatever that building is, a larger building. So one more notch of flaps to go. Kind of turning toward this little cove. Mix and props are full. Got 2 notches of flaps, 1 more notch to go. We are on the main tanks, plenty of fuel. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's left downwind to left base, runway 32, full stop, Lake Norman. Last notch of flaps in. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 out to Victor's left base to final now, runway 32, full stop, Lake Norman. Last call for the predictions, friends. Fuel pump's on, last notch of flaps is in. Overshot the turn slightly, but we can come back and get it. Speed's looking good. A little bit of an upslope there. Let's level the plane out, let the runway come up to us. Ooh, that was bad. That was a very poorly timed flare. Got the best of me because I was really not visually accounting for the fact that this is a much narrower runway. So that was kind of my bad there. Not too bad. I mean, we skimmed and skipped it, and did set it down a little more firmly than I had intended to. But not terrible, not egregiously, so I don't think we hurt anything. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor, down and back taxiing runway 32, going all the way back to the pad. Lake Norman. Alright, so we'll do the cleanup items when we get off the runway, but one thing I will do right quick is just to save the engine. We'll get the mix leaned out to the point where the RPM starts to drop. We'll be good pilots. We'll save the other cleanup items for once we're off. Is this one of those community strips where like everyone has a driveway right off of the runway? That's kind of cool. I like those. Get over the whole short line. We'll make one more traffic call here. Lake Norman traffic, Comanche 514 Delta Victor's clear, runway 32, Lake Norman. Okay, flap stowed, strobes, landing, pitot, and fuel pump off. We are definitely in rich people land, yes indeed. What is going on down there? Oh, that was much more exuberant signaling a moment ago, and then it smoothed out as soon as I noticed it. Alright, there we are. We are parked. Parking brake is on. And holding. And, we'll get the RPMs at 1,000. Lean the mix right at the point where it starts to drop. Okay, let's let you guys off the hook first in terms of the prediction. 123, and yeah, we skinned and skipped, and that was really awful flare timing. Just late flare and kind of over controlling pitch, and so we and then we wound up kind of slamming it in the ground a little sooner than I expected to be there because the runway is so narrow. It gave me the illusion of being higher than I was. So whoops. 123 is not bad though. It's respectable. Who was? I guess it's going to be who had the highest. 67, 75, 77, 55. So Strudel gets the win there. At, where are we? I think it's 1-4 Alpha on 128. Matter of fact, we should... momentarily, we should hear my email alert go off in my phone, which will be a flyby sound. Once we're parked here for a few minutes, we should get the notification that the Pilot Passport Challenge has stamped in the Bug Smasher. Yeah, so 14 Alpha. That's where we are. Is that what I wrote? 1-4 Alpha. Yeah. So if I wait there for just a moment and hit refresh, continue. Nope, hasn't logged it yet. We'll check it again in just a moment. Alright, well let's go ahead and shut the airplane down, and then after we do that we should see that and hear that. Let's get the radios off first. Transponder, ADF, and avionics. We can get the throttle all the way down. Let the engine stabilize. Go ahead and pull mix in the cutoff and go mags. And the fuel selector's off. Get the lights off, nav and beacon. And battery, we can go ahead and get the control lock on. And we can pop the latch. Go ahead and hop out of the airplane. And what do we want to do? We want to walk around. So we really don't have to inspect anything at this point, but we do want to make sure we get all the tie downs and covers back up and chocks and everything. So grab that. Are we close enough to grab the chocks? Yep, we can do that. Don't need to do anything there. Do have chocks, tie down, and the pitot cover. I don't want to miss that. So we need the chocks, tie down, and pitot cover. Good. Okay. Nothing to do there. Yeah, we'll just do the rear tie down. And then we just got to get the junk out of the trunk. So there we go. Alright, so then we can close that up. And can we close that up? And can we reach the latch from there as well? Alright, very good. We are done, friends. I go escape, and yeah, there we are. Okie doke. Well, let's take another peek. Do we get our stat now? It's not a bad parking job either, actually. There we are. 514 Delta Victor is Papa Alpha 24 Slant Golf. We're Slant Alpha, but that's okay. Somebody put us in with our flight following as Slant Golf because they just assumed. Guess because they didn't know the channel. But that's okay. We were VFR, so our navigation equipment didn't really matter anyway. But there's our stamp for tonight's visit. And again, this is the Atlanta ARTCC's Pilot Passport Challenge. So you go to the Atlanta ARTCC website, ZTLARTCC.org. You sign in as you go to the bottom of the Pilots tab, Pilot Passport Challenge. You can enroll in all 3 of the lists. There's no reason not to. And then you'll get 3 different passport books. And then as you visit each one on VATSIM, they will stamp your book. And we got a few left in the corporate. We only got 1 left in the corporate pilot. That's Auburn University's airport. So that one we'll visit up sometime soon. The airline captain one, we have actually finished all of that one. Matter of fact, we got the achievement badge for finishing the airline captain one on the 13th of this month. So there's that one, and then we got 1 left to do in corporate pilot, and then we got a bunch left to do in bug smasher. But since we've now knocked this one out, everything else is kind of near and west of Atlanta. So this was the last one that we needed to get north and east of Atlanta, which is why I decided to add it into tonight's itinerary. So there you go. So we'll knock these out. We've got a similar one going on the Honolulu control facilities. So, matter of fact, this coming Wednesday, we'll be knocking out a few more of those on Honolulu Control Facilities Pilot Passport Challenge. And yeah, Strudel says ZDC should make something like this. Yeah, and apparently the whoever put it together is willing to share because Honolulu's is this exact system. So they've just built it over. The only thing that Honolulu had to do was redo the graphics so that it showed their website branding rather than Atlanta's. But yeah, it'd be neat to pick out some places, and the idea is to encourage two things. Number one, to encourage general aviation traffic in the airspace, since we all know VATSIM tends to be very airliner-centric at times. But this is a great way, aside from efforts like the Virtual USA Flying Club, to encourage more GA traffic on the network. And then B, it encourages lots of traffic at places other than the one big airport in the airspace. So aside from just Atlanta and Charlotte, you know, Atlanta's picking up traffic at all these other locations. Honolulu, instead of everyone going to Honolulu, everyone's going to all of the other airports in Honolulu control facilities airspace. So yeah, a great way to just encourage a diversified cross-section of traffic and at a diversified cross-section of fields. And of course in ZDC we have the same problem, right? We have everyone who wants to go to DCA all the time, and all these other great places in ZDC that are available. Well, speaking of which, our very next stream is going to be our Northeast Corridor event that is hosted annually this time of year. And here we are, Northeast Corridor Friday Night Ops event. Friday nights in VAT USA always are, you know, pretty big, hectic events, and this Friday is one of the most biggest and most hectic events that we host, featuring all of the airports in this very busy Northeast Corridor of the northeastern United States, from Washington on north to New York and Boston. So these are our main featured fields: Washington National, LaGuardia, and Boston. And yeah, pretty much everything is going to be staffed up in this area, so it should be a good opportunity to get some flying in a nice busy airspace. I'm sure that there will be holds and ground stops to the busiest airports, so you know, really it's a great opportunity to visit some of the other places in this region as well. So please don't hesitate to do that. I'm going to be controlling the sector of Potomac approach that handles the area around Baltimore. So we will get some spillover traffic at BWI Airport, I'm sure. However, most of what I will be doing will be sequencing the arrivals into DCA that are coming on the Clipper and the Skills and Deal stars. So that's mostly who you'll hear me talking to, but you'll also hear me talking to arrivals and departures that are at BWI as well. So that'll be Friday stream. We'll start it at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. I'm sure it'll be a very busy night, so I don't know how stream interactive I will be that night, but we'll do our best. Finally, the slant artwork adventure for tonight. Well, we started with the puppies running down the football field at Marshall University. We added some kitty cat cheerleaders. We took the whole thing and moved it to a mountain holler with a barn in the background. Jet Pilot Cinnamon was bitching about the New Jersey Devils earlier, so we added David Putty or Patrick Warburton dressed up in the New Jersey Devils costume-ish. I don't know what logo that really is, but it's close. We landed at Yeager Field at Charleston International, which is named for Chuck Yeager, so we added Chuck Yeager. We landed at Blacksburg, so we added a Hokie. We added the Blue Angels flying over in whatever kind of spaceships they're flying over in. So there you go. That's our slant artwork adventure for the evening. So hope that y'all enjoyed that. And next time we get the stream rolling, if you want to get in on that, it's 500 on the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel if you want to contribute to that. That's cut off for tonight, but we'll start that again when we get back to our stream on Friday. Friday will also be when we draw our landing rate raffle winner. We got a month's worth of entries into our landing rate raffle, so we'll put those into the fishbowl, and we will choose a winner of that coming up real soon. So that will be that'll be the itinerary. The full show schedule is under the About tab also over on our Discord server, so you can check that out. So we typically stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, midnight Zulu on the day ahead. The full show schedule is underneath the About tab. Saturday, by the way, we got a special all-day stream. We're actually going to split it probably up into the departure and the arrival as we do our Vintage Cross the Something. This year, the Something is the Inside Passage of Alaska and British Columbia, so we're going to fly from Anchorage down to Seattle in the PNDG DC-6. That'll be on Saturday. Then on Monday, we'll be off. We'll be back on Wednesday. For the full show schedule, like I said, is under the About tab, also over on our Discord server. You can check that out. Not only will you see what nights we'll be streaming for sure, but you'll also be able to take a peek and see what we're going to be up to on any given night as well. Alright, in addition to the Discord link at the bottom of the channel, you got the YouTube link over on the left-hand side. In addition to all of our flight archives, we've got a bunch of VATSIM tutorials over there. So if you want to figure out how to read these sectionals, how to put a route together, what to put into your flight plan in terms of equipment codes, you can get all of that information and more available over there on that playlist called VATSIM Tutorials right there over on the YouTube channel. So please feel free to check that out. I think that wraps us up. Who we're going to send the raid over to? Who's still streaming? Late night, so not even sure. Stu still up doing some VATSIM air traffic control? Yeah, he doesn't have too much left in the airspace. I'll tell you what, let's shoot a raid over to Foxtrot. We haven't done a raid over to Foxtrot in a little while. And he's doing some general aviation flying. I'm not quite sure where. Oh, he's just doing some general aviation flying, but he's on with Say Intentions AI rather than... Oh, he's going to Billings. Wyoming, it looks like. Well, somewhere in Wyoming to somewhere into Billings, Montana. So he's using the Say Intentions product rather than VATSIM. But you can go ahead and check his stream out. He's doing some general aviation flying there. And good guy, good dude. And I'm sure you'll enjoy his content as well. Tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love as we shoot you over to him. So let's get that raid up and running. If I could spell raid, that'd be outstanding. Alright, so we got that triggered, and so yeah, we'll see you on Friday from the TRACON room of the Potomac Virtual TRACON. Of course, that's where we'll be in the sim, but in reality, we'll be down here live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, as we always broadcast to you from. So between now and then, guys, hope that you will have a great rest of your week, and that you'll be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures between now and then. Alright, we'll talk to you in a couple days. Take care. Good night.